Hey my love, welcome to this mini course, this deep dive into all of my favorite concepts around mindset that's going to transform your whole life forever. I'm not kidding. You will not need to pay for therapists if you can really start to grasp and play with and embody these concepts. They're so beautifully simple and so powerful, but that doesn't mean they're easy, because a lot of the times our mind is very geared against us being our happiest, healthiest, wealthiest version of ourselves, because that's not familiar. So my intention for what you experience moving through this content is to take what resonates and recognize what maybe doesn't resonate or maybe makes you triggered or uncomfortable, because here's the kicker. That's where the work is. That's where the power is. And that's actually the pathway for you to get through what's in your way to all the things you want. I know, not ideal, but how bad do you want it? You can navigate through this course with the timestamps for different themes if there's something particular you really want to work on, or you can just allow yourself to absorb the information while you're doing the dishes or at the gym or going for a walk around the block and start to ask, how can I bring these kind of changes into my reality? If you have any questions, aha moments, challenges with any of it, make sure you drop comments below so that we can start the conversation about it, or I can address your questions in other videos. And if you know you need personalized support, you can find the courses and resources and links mentioned in some of these videos in the description below. So let's go, and I'll see you on the other side. Hello and welcome back to another episode. Before we get started today, I wanted to do a big shout out to the amazing and currently only sponsors of this podcast, the members of my lovely Radical Academy, better known as LRA. These people are incredible and they constantly level up and show up for doing this work on themselves, and their contribution is the reason that this podcast can be here for you today. Let's get on with today's topic, which is victim mentality. I know. So, do you constantly feel as though you have no control over the situations that other people are maybe out to get you? Or do you feel as though bad things just keep happening to you no matter what you do? If you find yourself blaming other people for events or situations in life that you may be struggling with, this is what is known as victim mentality. And people with victim mentality feel as though bad things keep happening to them and the world is against them. And you may feel as though everyone else is against you as well. And even though there might be things that you can do to help fix the situation, you feel as though it's not even worth it because everything is always out of your control. And in addition to this, you may take things personally, and even when they're not directed at you or personal towards you at all, you may think thoughts like, what did I do to deserve this? Or why me? And you might also feel resentful a lot of the time. And most likely, you went through a bad time in your life or a trauma that created this belief in you. And perhaps you had no coping strategies at that time. And you developed this negative viewpoint on life or people or the world, which became a victim mindset. And this led you to believe that life just happens to you and you have no control or responsibility over what actually happens in life. And even when people come along and try to offer you solutions, you probably come up with a whole list of reasons why those solutions won't work for you. And this can leave those who are trying to offer you help feeling frustrated. Maybe even they give up on you. You might even ask the question why you continue to behave this way. And my question is, have you recognized the secondary gain? Now, secondary gain is when we are gaining something from a behavior that we're doing that is actually potentially more negative, but we're actually gaining something from that behavior. Therefore, to resolve or improve the problem would mean we lose the thing we're gaining from having the problem. So you might be gaining sympathy or attention for your distress from what happened to you. You might feel relieved that others are offering you help or validation. Heck, you might have built a whole social media community or a business around a victim's story. And you probably don't ever want to feel vulnerable again. And so it's easier not to take risks and not to find a solution. Now, those with victim mentality hold 3 very strong beliefs. Number 1 is that bad things happen in the past, and so they'll continue to happen. Number 2 is others are to blame. And number 3 is there's no point trying to make a change because it will never work for me. And at its core, when you experience a traumatic situation, typically at the hands of other people, or at least it seems that way, you may learn that you are helpless and that nothing you do in the future is going to make any difference. And this creates a program in the unconscious mind of unworthiness, not being good enough, being replaceable, etc., etc., etc. And when you start to have similar things happen through life to back up the proof that these things will keep happening, you just start stacking more and more of that on top of this program. It's hypnotizing you to believe those beliefs that you have, because your brain has been trained to seek out those situations, because those situations are so much more familiar than solutions. Your brain will always seek more of that in your reality because it only has one job, and that's to keep you safe and alive. And keeping you safe and alive means keeping you in the familiar. And this leads you to feel more vulnerable and afraid. And in turn, you choose to take no responsibility or place blame on other people and make excuses even when there are actions you can take. And I'm just going to say at this juncture that as I say all of this, I used to be the biggest victim by choice you could imagine. And there are people who will back me up on that. And society doesn't help either. And the news, if you start to notice the news, current affair shows, certain influences online, reality TV, it's all programming into more victim mentality. It's more programming into blame everything outside of yourself. You'll start to notice, if you do still unfortunately watch any of these things, and hopefully you'll start to divert your attention to something better, that it's weaved into the very cores of our societal structures. And yet those who have the success that you want, who are creating success, have decided to tune out of the things that feed victim mentality, like the news, current affair shows, certain influences, reality TV shows, and turn their attention to something better, turn their attention to asking questions, turn their attention to seeking solutions from people who have created solutions rather than those who are just continuing to complain about a problem. And while it's understandable that you might feel this way after a traumatic series of events, the truth is that there are always multiple factors involved in any bad situation. While you might not have been able to control what happened to you in the past, it's likely that you do have a degree of control over what happens to you now, right? And what happens moving forward. while it's okay to feel bad about what has happened to you in the past, can we start to make sure that from now on, we start to move through difficult emotions? Everyone with a victim mindset needs to find an end to this self-pity cycle and work towards change in order to heal. It's just the last thing you're actually going to want to do in that state. But otherwise, your feelings of being a victim and being powerless will follow you the rest of your life. And because that happens, because you choose to continue to focus on the victim story, you'll create more stories of being a victim and more situations that prove that you are a victim, because that is what your brain is going to find more of in your reality. You're going to create these situations and new connections and new relationships and new workspaces and new friendships over and over and over again. There's a beautiful saying that is, the lesson will repeat itself until you're willing to face off with it. You can choose evolve or repeat. The truth is that life will never stop giving you challenges. Life's going to rock and roll you no matter what. But it's when we face off with ourselves and realize that we're actually creating all of it from our own mind, from our own programs, from our own decisions from those programs. And a lot of those programs, as we've talked about many times before, are unconscious. We create and we move through life 95% from the unconscious programs. And so can we start to make an active decision to change our programming? And the more you do this, and it's so hard to know or to even hear this from a victim mentality state. And I can tell you right now, it took me a lot of rock bottoms, far more than I would care to admit, to finally go, okay, maybe I am a bit of the problem. Maybe I could start to make changes. And when you do, and the more you do, those challenges of life actually become fun, because you realize how in control you actually always are. And one of the most common signs of victim mentality is continued self-sabotage in the form of negative thinking. The good news is that it's not an inherited trait. While you may have had programming and parents and family that did talk negatively or did certain behaviors that you've adopted, that doesn't mean that you'll never be able to get rid of it. Rather, you've learned to behave in this way. And so you can actually unlearn and learn new things. At one time, you were likely a victim, but you don't have to continue to be a victim. Continuing to be a victim after the event is a choice. I'm going to say that again. Continuing to be a victim after the event has occurred is a choice. A victim blames others for their current situation, even when others may have nothing to do with it. And they themselves are to blame, or at least partly to blame. So yes, your rights, maybe they were violated and you didn't deserve what happened to you. You do deserve compassion. And if you don't give those things to yourself, no one else, I repeat, no one else giving them to you will ever feel like enough. If you do not give those things to yourself, no one else giving them to you will ever feel like enough. Now, if you find yourself in a state of victim mentality, here are some tips to help you evolve and move through to a better mindset. So You can choose to either leave situations or find ways to accept them. And those in the lovely Radical Academy know how we do that. And it's a beautiful process. Read more self-help books, listen to podcasts, tune into amazing resources, and tap into the people who have created the outcomes that you really want. They're there. Perhaps you're just not seeing them right now because you've been choosing to focus on the problem. So how can you start to focus on who may have a solution? And if you don't already have my list of 100 conversations that will change your life, you can find that in any of my bio links, or whatever you say these days. Developing emotional intelligence. So this means looking at the difficult emotions that you have and recognizing your emotional buttons and triggers and patterns that you may have on your own and in relationships. Take responsibility for what you can control in your life right now and how you respond rather than react in any given situation. Take control over who you spend your time with. I did a video recently about changing tables, and sometimes the table you've been sitting on is not going to be serving you anymore because maybe they're used to you telling your victim story. Maybe they even like you telling your victim story because it makes them feel better about their own lives. And that's not a malicious act. That's just the human brain keeping them safe. And so it's not about pushing people out of our lives and saying they're the problem. It's about going, wait, I'm going to take a step back and give to myself for a while and see what stays. And maybe walk forward to see who else I could meet along this new journey of choosing to evolve. Engaging in self-care and treating yourself with the compassion and the kindness that you would like to feel, let alone receive from others. Engaging in self-love activities and really seeing yourself as a worthwhile person. Can you do that? And asking yourself, if not, what specifically prevents you from doing that? There's a really great process that I call brain dumping, which is great for first thing in the morning when you wake up and your brain suddenly can start to go to that spiral of all the things that happened yesterday or last year or today that it could go wrong or might go wrong, or all the things I have to do. Just write it all onto paper. Let it spill out of you. All the negativity, all the problems, all the drama, all the overthinking, let it spill out from pen to paper. Very important, because there's a physical action of then taking it from your mind and out of your body onto a page, and then rip it to pieces, chuck it in the bin, or I prefer to burn it, but just be careful where you do that. Start saying no to things. Start actually creating space for yourself to do this work, to get to know yourself and to change your patterns. And getting around yourself more rather than others can really help, because like I said, sometimes people in your life are used to telling this victim story, and they'll even try to continue to get you to tell it because it's comfortable for them. So maybe start saying no and taking more time for yourself, but also start saying yes. Start saying yes to new opportunities. Start saying yes to new environments. Start saying yes to new knowledge, especially if it feels kind of uncomfortable or annoying, because it's probably what's going to lead you to the evolution that I presume you want. Otherwise, you wouldn't still be here. Identifying personal goals that you can work towards. I cannot tell you how many people come to me telling me about their relationship or their breakup, but who cannot tell me what their goals are for their own life. This is so important, because even if you've found the love of your life, this does not excuse you from the project of loving yourself, of creating your reason for being here. Like, guys, someone's got to die first. And at some stage, one of you is going to be on your own again. And if you have no life, if you have no purpose, if you have no identity as yourself outside of your connections, your relationships, your children, your partner, your workspace, what are you going to do in that moment? Figure out how to get the same benefits you've been getting with a victim mindset in a new way. So, for example, when we talk about problems, when we complain, when we gossip, when we blame other people, we actually release dopamine in our brain. We release happy hormones. We release these neurotransmitters that make us feel good. It's like actually taking an illicit drug or eating lots of sugar. You know what else we can do to release the exact same chemicals? We can compliment people. We can speak well of others. We can speak well of ourselves. We can exercise. We can eat well. We can meditate. It's knowing that we can change the habits and behaviors and reframe every time we start to go down that road of telling that story and choose differently. And part of this, I will wrap up with these tips, is to practice gratitude for everything that you actually do have in your life. Because sometimes when we're in the midst of a victim story, we can think that nothing's working out for us when really we're living in one of the most incredible times to be alive. The resources that we have, the ability to access information that we have, the ability to make money and improve our health and do so many things is abundant. And if you're not in a world where you know that, then maybe it's time to change tables. And if you're listening right now and perhaps it's not feeling like you, but perhaps someone else that you know who has a victim mentality, it can be frustrating to try and help someone who has a victim mentality. But when they don't take any responsibility for their life and seem to blame anyone else, there's only certain things that you can do that are really going to help things change. So yes, be compassionate and acknowledge that someone has faced painful events in their past. Identify specific unhelpful behaviors like shifting blame and complaining and gossiping because it's giving them that quick hit. Maybe they don't know that about the dopamine release. Most people don't. It was a surprise to me in 2017 when I learned it. Perhaps you've noticed that they've told the same story or a similar story over and over and over again, and they're not taking any personal responsibility for the creation of it. Can you be the friend or partner or colleague to actually point this out, knowing it won't necessarily be received well? Because I'll tell you right now, that's a better friend than any friend you could ever actually have. And yeah, maybe it means you're no longer friends. I've had to be that friend for a number of people that I love dearly in my life. And in that moment, I knew that this could be the end and that I might never actually get to have them in my life again. And in some cases that was true. And in some cases it was true for a little while and then they came back around. And for me, it was the people who challenged me, the people who triggered me, that created my biggest breakthroughs when I finally decided to lean into it. So allow someone to talk and share their feelings. But if they're doing it for the 3rd to 10th time, then it's time to call them out. Never apologize when someone is in a complete victim state and taking no responsibility. The word sorry, I think, should be just completely removed from our vocabulary unless it's like actually really needed, because we say it so much and it's almost become, especially in difficult conversations, a placeholder or a place filler, and it distracts from actually having a constructive conversation. So if someone's going, but this and this is wrong, and this person did this and this, and it's just like, I'm really sorry. I'm sorry that happened for you. I'm sorry you feel that way, rather than like, what are you going to do about it? How can we move through this problem? What can we do next? Let's work this out together. What are your ideas of doing that? Like, can you replace the word sorry in all of your conversations with a constructive question instead? And then there's setting boundaries. So as the person who has the friend who is in victim state, potentially time to set boundaries, to actually say to them, hey, I love you, but I don't want to hear about these problems anymore if you're not actually going to solve them, or if you're not open to solutions. And if they jump at this, be like, great, let's find the solutions together. Are you ready? Don't try and protect them from bad outcomes. There's a beautiful explanation of empathy that one of my amazing mentors, Elizabeth Ann Walker, describes, because the etymology of the word empathy broken down is M, to embody, and path, which comes from pathos, which initially means patheticness. We don't want to embody someone else's patheticness, or in the later days, path. We don't want to get onto someone else's path and pick them up and drag them, because they'll never actually learn. Sometimes people do have to hit their rock bottom and create so much pain for themselves before they finally decide to actually take personal responsibility. It's the most unpopular part of self-development. I was just listening to a podcast with Tom Billio about this, and he was like, anytime I talk about personal responsibility, people tune out, they turn off, they get angry or annoyed or defensive, and yet it is the key. It literally is the key. And so rather than getting onto someone else's path and trying to protect them and try to nurture them and trying to tell them it's going to be okay, and actually just walk your own path and reach out to them and call out to them from your own path of improving and evolving, and go, hey, come over here. This is really great. Come on, you can do it. What can you do to get up and get moving? What can you do to make changes? What can you do to evolve? Call to them from your own path of creating a beautiful life, so that they have a point of reference for how it's done, rather than them becoming dependent on people stepping onto their path and picking them up, rather than them being enabled by people embodying their problems and their patheticness and not actually picking themselves up. And once again, I'll remind you guys that this used to be me. I was being enabled by people who were embodying my problems because I could talk about them all the time, and who were giving me the pity party, which gave me the boost I needed for that day. It was never going to be sustainable, but it gave me a hit. When people pity us, it activates the rewards in our brain. It's a lot better when we can create that for ourselves in a new direction, with solutions and evolution towards the things we actually would love to experience in this life. So can you brainstorm with your friend ways to change their life, solutions they could seek, people that they could look to who have created solutions, and learn from them? And ask questions, never make suggestions. We're very used to giving advice, sometimes very mindlessly, because it's something that we heard or something that we watched on a show or heard on a podcast or read in a book. We maybe haven't even applied it ourselves, or maybe we have, but it's not going to necessarily land with this person. Ask them questions. They actually already know the things that they need to do. They have their own guidance, but it's so noisy in the head from the victim story that they haven't actually even been asking themselves the questions of how to get out of it. So ask questions, never make suggestions or give advice specifically, unless you're a coach like me, where you ask all the questions and then you guide to suggestions. And there's a real process of that so that it actually lands. Otherwise, you're just shooting rubber bullets and it's never actually going to hit anything of value. Prepare for your conversations with these people as well. Don't allow yourself to get caught up in these bad dynamics, because it can feel really good to bitch and moan and complain and gossip. And we're all susceptible to it. It's the easy hit for the human brain. So being aware of that, creating the boundaries, and knowing how you're going to go into those conversations is incredible. So why would a victim mindset continue if it's making you feel so crap and creating such a horrible life? And the truth is, there can be a lot of those secondary benefits that can result from a victim mindset. And it allows people not to take responsibility for their life. People will try to help you and solve your problems for you. Like I said, getting onto your path. You may feel addicted to the drama. And those of you who haven't read Existential Kink yet, it's a great book. And I'll leave it at that. You may prefer to avoid feeling angry, and instead it's easier to feel upset or sad. And that's why I love working through the unconscious change processes in my programs and with my private clients that I do. Emotional change technique is a godsend for this. And if you haven't already reached out for a chat about doing that work, then you can all do that in the show notes below. being a continued victim makes you feel like others actually value you because you get attention from it, right? It becomes a way of survival or habit. You're unconsciously afraid to face the anger, shame, fear, or sadness that is underlying the victim mindset in the story. Maybe it helps you get through a really hard time, and now it's just become a habit. But has it really gotten you through hard times if it's also creating more hard times through your programs and through your brain finding evidence of those programs again and again and again? And if people think you're struggling, then they won't criticize you, right? If it helps you to avoid conflict with others because you're a victim, why would I give that up, right? You're more likely to get what you want in situations when people already pity you. There are fewer expectations of you if everyone knows you're struggling. And people won't burden you with their problems if they already know you have a lot of your own. You have an influence on people when you play the victim, and it potentially forces other people to actually take care of you. And then you never have to take care of yourself. And you never realize how much you are actually in control. So yes, you may have a valid reason to feel like a victim. I certainly have had many. The question is that going to serve you moving forward? To continue to focus on it, to talk about it, to bring it up over and over again? Or is there something else that you could do instead? At the time, you were abused. At the time, you were assaulted, or whatever it was. Maybe you were a child, or maybe you were moving through your life on an unconscious program. And at the time, perhaps you were not in control because you were a child or you were moving unconsciously. But anytime you bring up the problems of the past, you are now abusing yourself. Not the person who did it to you to begin with. You. Things will only stay active in our body and our mind with continued choice to focus on them. And this is tricky when we're living in a world where typical psychology or certain self-development arenas want to get you to focus on the trauma, want to get you to tell the story and bring it all up and pull it all to pieces and analyze it and work through it. It's actually not all that necessary. The details of the story are actually not necessary in order to completely transform it and to completely heal from it and integrate the learnings and the lessons and the wisdom and the strength to create what you would really like to experience. It's opposite. So either direct focus to something new. Otherwise, you're going to repeat patterns just in different situations. And perhaps you've been doing that and just stacking trauma after trauma after trauma on top of another, which is apparently called complex CPTSD, which I have been diagnosed with once or twice. And you know what? I'm good now because of a choice that I made over and over again to change the story. So are you abusing yourself over and over again after the event has finished? Because this impacts your nervous system. It impacts your mind, your relationships, every time you choose to do it. It also impacts the programs that you live your life by and the habits and the behaviors. And you cannot change what happened to you, but you can change who you become because of it. Thanks, Tony Robbins, for that quote. You cannot change what happened, but you can choose to turn it into something else that helps you win your life rather than continue to lose. You cannot change what happened to you, but you can choose to write a whole new story from this moment on. Become an actual adult and quit making excuses and complaining about something that is actually past. And you know what? Becoming an adult in this way is so much fun because you actually heal the child or the younger version of you that had been abused once and then over and over again by continuing to repeat the pattern. You heal them and you integrate that beautiful child energy as an adult who gets to win and make success in all areas. And that combination is the coolest feeling ever. And this was the hardest thing I ever had to do. The hardest thing I ever had to do was let go of my victim stories. I chose a number of times to flip the majority of my world upside down in order to overcome a past victim mentality. I had to change friends, workplaces, countries, business, daily habits, career path, and so much more. And maybe you will too, or maybe your change will only require a small few pivotal things. And while you do this, an array of stories and emotions and thought patterns and anger to move through to come to the other side will be wild. And at times it might feel like, and I know that this was a story that came up for me, if I heal and create happiness, then the other person or persons who hurt me would never get what they deserve. Or it would make what they did to me okay. It would make what they did to me part of the reason why I created success. And that was really hard to overcome that thought because I wasn't ready for them to have that power. And then I asked myself, do I want to be right? Or do I want to be happy? The other thing that came to mind was, would it make me the bad one for being the victim for all those years, potentially, even though I was doing the best I could with the resources I had at the time? And I asked myself, do I want to be the perfect one? Or do I want to be happy? Can you choose to challenge yourself to change? Or will you continue on a road of quick hit pity parties and repeating pain to prove yourself right in your misery? This has been such a fun topic and a spicy topic, and I'd love to hear what came up for you as you move through it. And if you'd like to be part of the Lovely Radical Academy or experience the breakthrough process that I mentioned earlier, then make sure you reach out on social media, or you can email support@lovelyradical.net with the subject line, I am ready to break through. Thanks for being here, and I'll see you all on the next episode. Hello, everyone, and welcome to another episode. Today, we're going to be talking about some of the BS that you don't realize you are being hypnotized with. And we call it recruitment language. And I'm going to start by apologizing for something. I'm about to share with you something that once you know it, you will not be able to unhear it or not notice it everywhere. And it's a shift in language that can change so much in your life in the best ways. First, let me share with you a little story. You know when you set a goal and then you start taking action on the goal. But when you do this, you start getting distracted, and then things go wrong, and then you start to self-sabotage, and then you feel bad about yourself and you don't want to do it anymore. And that's just the way we are, right? Now, that's my story. And maybe that's a story about me. Maybe. I'm sure it can be applied to many times of my past. And maybe it's relatable to you too. But regardless, I just used a bunch of stuff that was supposed to be me telling you about my experience, my beliefs, my limitations, but I made it about you. I'm not only hypnotizing you with language, but I recruited you into sharing my limits and my beliefs of the experience I was describing. And humans are doing this all the time. Let's break it down. The first thing I said was, you know how when you set a goal and then you start taking action on the goal, but then you get distracted. I've just said something that is installing and offering you a limiting belief about taking actions towards goals that you might not already have. You might not already have a belief that when you take action, you get distracted. But I've just offered one to you. I've recruited you into that. The next thing I said was, and then things go wrong. I've just indicated and set an expectation in you that when you set goals and take action on goals, things go wrong. Next, I said, and then you self-sabotage, and then you feel bad about yourself and don't want to do it anymore. Yep, I just offered you or reinforced in you that belief as well, that you can self-sabotage and then feel bad about yourself and then not want to do it anymore. And I ended with, and this is just how we are, right? I'm suggesting a broad generalization about how people are and asking for your engagement and agreement, which can more solidify the installments that are being made. Now, when we do this with our words, of course, we aren't meaning to offer and add our limits and bad experience to and on others. I'm also not saying that everything I just said doesn't apply to a lot of people who go after goals. However, there are a lot of people who don't believe these things, who don't subscribe to those beliefs. A lot of people who experience totally different things or choose to see things in a positive or productive light instead of the negative one that I was going into in my story. And yet, when we recruit people into our own personal experience and behavior and choices, we can plant seeds of doubt in others or add to their existing similar beliefs. And in doing so, it builds more of our own beliefs in that thing, because we're getting to talk about the limits and getting others to say yes to it, responding to that invitation to be recruited into that story or to maybe share their own. So we're hitting on that yummy program our brain loves of being accepted by the tribe as well. And it's the way humans have come to speak and use language that is interesting. And if you like, we're going to start playing with it in a new way for the better outcomes of others, but especially for the outcomes for you. And here's why. It's not the suggestions of the behavior necessarily, but the words you and we that is the thing that gets to be challenged and changed. You know how you insert story, or you know when you do this and you do that, insert story, or this is how we do things, right? Referring to maybe a story you've just told or an experience you've just shared. It sounds funny when we hone in on it like this, and yet witness how you might be doing it in your life. How often others around you are telling a story about themselves, their experiences, their beliefs, but saying the words you and we instead of I. It also happens a lot in sales and marketing too, to recruit you into buy things, baby. Pay attention. As opposed to, I know how I insert the story, or when I do this, or when I do that, in relation to a behavior or an experience, or this is how I do it in relation to a story or behavior. And now, again, I'm not saying that what others go through doesn't apply to us as well. Yet, while on a core program, like biological, hormonal, chemical level, humans are very similar to each other in how we move through the world, our learned beliefs and the experiences we've created from our learned beliefs and the filters that we choose to see the world through are so very different. And the conscious programming of our beliefs in the direction of what we want to experience and manifest can be held back when we are both speaking like this in conversations with unconscious recruiters, let's call them, or listening to these kind of stories and taking on more installations of limits that we may have that we're trying to change. And when a person is not consciously being mindful of the content being consumed, the conversations we are in, we run the risk of being hypnotized and programmed into someone else's filter, someone else's limiting or negative experience or beliefs. Yes, you are being hypnotized. We are always being hypnotized. I'm hypnotizing you right now. Yet with something that's hopefully going to be incredibly beneficial for you to apply into your life so you can take back control. You and we are hypnotic prompts for our beautiful human brain. And again, they're also hitting on the inclusion button that we all have. It's one of our primary human needs that makes us feel included in a situation that someone's sharing, or in tribe, or in family. So I'm going to start flipping my own story now so that you can see it in a different way, or how you might do it differently. I might start to ask myself, how and who and what am I choosing to be hypnotized by? Do I believe the things this other person is experiencing are as bad as they are saying? Do I have a different outlook myself, or would I like to have a different outlook because I know that it's important to look at things in new ways to get better actions or solutions? So I'm going to tell the story again using I language. And then I'm going to tell it a third time as Kat, as me, would share something like that. And you can start to see the difference. And this is how my clients might ask a question about a challenge they have, for example. So same story, but using different language. I know how when I set a goal and then I start taking action on the goal, I start getting distracted And then things go wrong and I self-sabotage. And then I feel bad about myself and I don't want to do it anymore. And this is just how I am, right? Perhaps try to say that out loud yourself. I'm going to repeat it again so that you can play with it. I know when I set a goal and then I start taking action. You go. And then I start getting distracted. And then things go wrong. I self-sabotage and feel bad. And then I don't want to do it anymore. And this is just how I am, right? Did anyone else start to feel a little uncomfortable using I language? Actually admitting in the story that you're telling that it's about you. That you might even be alone in this experience of this unwanted thing. And can you feel the limits in the beliefs more in your body? Or witnessing and hearing me telling that story with I language, did you see me in a different light or energy? I'd love for you to drop your thoughts in the comments if that landed. When we drop into using we and you storytelling language, we remove ourselves from the situation a little. We disassociate from the experience that we have actually created in our reality, not allowing ourselves to fully feel the weight of it being our experience or our belief system. And if one isn't feeling the fullness of the unwanted thing, it's more likely we won't do something about it, to change it, to challenge it, to get something better. This also goes on the flip side too. If we aren't using I language when telling great stories and outcomes, we don't allow ourselves to embody them, to realize that we've created them, experienced them, enjoyed them. We don't anchor them as much as we could. And the more we anchor the good moments, the more energy we have from the good moments to carry us through the harder times. You and we language, as mentioned, also pulls on that tribal and connective string in others. It activates attention, maybe pity, advice giving, which is usually not so great. Right? So now I'm going to tell the same experience from a coach's mind, from a mind who knows that any hard time can be transformed into some kind of gold. So I set some crazy new goals recently. And then I started noticing all these distractions coming up as I was taking action, and I got caught up in them here and there, if I'm going to admit. I started noticing when I gave into these distractions, things stopped flowing and weren't working out the way I wanted. First, I looked at these challenges and how I could learn from them specifically. Then I looked at how to challenge what I had created through me getting distracted. So I made a plan to reduce those distractions and do things differently, which was going to reduce the opportunity of me doing that again. I'm still feeling a little annoyed that I have to keep repeating this process, and I know that I'm building programs that will make things easier and easier and easier. Can you see how a story of a challenge has just become, in many ways, a celebration of growth, gaining more control, recognizing achievement, with an invitation for critical feedback or thoughts? Because at the end of sharing stories, if I'm sharing them with a coach or a trusted advice giver, I'm always going to ask if they have any reflections or things that they're noticing where I might be holding myself back, or challenges they'd like to push me on. This third one is me choosing to stand in the belief system I want to emanate, in the solutions and growth mindset that will transform challenges. And it's self-hypnosis to build new programs at the same time as inviting the person I'm speaking to realize how they could also start looking at challenges too. This is why affirmations are really powerful tools, even though they've become somewhat surface level in the loud self-development world now. They are incredible for creating new story to reframe recruitment language, either coming out of us or others, and tell a new story about yourself, to yourself and others. And so, quick story. In 2018, I had been chronically ill for about 5 years straight. I had constant pains in my reproductive area. I had been labeled with IBS and leaky gut and chronic fatigue, fibromyalgia. No one checked, but later I would find there was a massive benign tumor growing in my uterus. And I had developed severe anxiety and panic attacks and clinical depression. Bipolar was being mentioned by this point because of my mood fluctuations. And by the time they started talking about checking for endometriosis or PCOS, I'd been locked in a full body spasm from the fibromyalgia for about 6 weeks. And I was on a bunch of medications that were not making any difference to the symptoms I was experiencing, but were making my gut and my moods 100 times worse because the medications were weakening my whole system. And I was at my wit's end. I wanted to leave this world, but nobody really knew it. And every person in my life, at work or anywhere else, knew my sickness story. And always would ask me, how are you feeling today? What's wrong today? I would tell the story over and over and over and over again. I would recruit others who had similar symptoms into my little conversation of pain, and we would commiserate in our shared misery together, until I realized none of us were getting any better. And at the same time, I learned about language and story. And I was also on my knees many nights begging the universe for a sign if I should stay around or not. Because at this point, I had tried all the things that my mother and my doctors could find or suggest, and nothing seemed to be working. I was out of money. I felt out of time. I was definitely out of any energy that I had left. And I decided to do a couple of powerful things on a physical level. I decided to finally get rid of the reproductive pill, the birth control pill, and I spent the only money I had left on a bunch of fruit and vegetable supplements to help my guts to heal and rebalance while coming off the pill. And alongside these two things, I made a commitment to stop telling my sick story 100%. And instead to replace it with a new affirmation and story that was more like the third example that I shared. The one of personal ownership, of self-responsibility, of awareness, of action, and compassion. And when people asked me how I was, I started saying my affirmation: I'm excited. I'm excited because I'm learning how to heal. And I know I will feel better the more and more I do this. I started saying the same thing to every single question about how I was feeling, instead of all the things I would usually say. I'm excited because I'm learning how to heal. And I know I will feel better the more and more I do this. I was off on a 2-week trip or 2-month trip to India to volunteer. And I remember thinking, if this does not work, I'm probably going to die over there. And hey, at least I would have gotten to see India, right? The more I committed to my new protocol, and it was hard, the healthier I became. And any time I wanted to go into telling a story of maybe anything niggly that I was feeling that wasn't great, I would make sure that I was telling it with I language. And because I did this, it would stop me from telling the whole story, because I had to actually feel it and own it, that it was mine, because of that language change. The more I told the story of healing, a lot changed. I lost the only few friends that I had close to me at that point. No longer was I the person that was in all the pain and the problems for maybe them to distract from their own or sit in misery with. It triggered a lot of people. I stuck with it with as much kindness and compassion as I could. If you haven't seen my video on healthy boundaries, this is a strategy that I started really using at this time. I got better and better and better. The pain was gone. The fatigue faded away for the first time in years. Hormones took a while to balance out, but within a year they had. I started finding myself in better community. I started meeting new people where I learned new lessons for the next step and the next. And while it still took a few years to work through a lot of my own limiting beliefs, I now was learning about hypnosis and things like recruitment language, and was able to recognize it and what I might be taking on from others utilizing this language as well, and how I could curate a better environment to be hypnotized with. I also saw the power of saying my story as me, helping to create it and bringing it to life. How I was choosing or chasing the discomfort of this issue that I might have had on some level, because it was familiar and comforting, and I was getting some kind of hit from my external reality, some kind of pity or advice or nurture by telling the story of pain. But the more I told it as me, the more I realized I didn't want to keep feeling it, and I started having more energy to take action to do something about it. It shifted so fast. Story is so important. Language is so important. Words are spells. That's why we call it spelling. So what spell are you casting on your own life right now through your language? What spell is being cast by the language that you're listening to through the stories from others and the quality of the conversations that you're engaging in? Is it time to start consciously choosing the beliefs and actions that you will now take on to create a better outcome for yourself, like I did? Are you recruiting people into a limited mindset or experience? Or are you unconsciously allowing yourself to be recruited into others? You get to choose, you get to change it, and it gets to become such a tool to curate the life that you really want. And if this landed for you, make sure you give it a share or drop a comment. Let me know what you thought, and subscribe for more juicy stories and all the things that help me turn a life of so many different types of pain into empowerment and purpose and dreams coming true. And if you want to come join the community, we're offline right now having the best time inside the Lovely Radical Academy. You can apply in the links, or you can join in any time. And you can always email support@lovelyradical.net if you need to set up a personalized payment plan. But until next time, choose it, create it, and enjoy it. And if you need help with this, come join us inside LRA. So today is going to be a quick one, and I want you to hear this. It is okay to blame other people. You just don't want to stay there. Stick with me. I do this thing with clients that we call the blame game, because we live in a society where it is encouraged. It's almost a form of social currency to be in this conversation of blaming and shaming others for the way that they've been or the way that they are. And what we do with the blame game is we integrate and embody that completely natural human response and move forward from it so that it can actually become a healthy, healed state for you, which will improve your entire reality. So why do we blame? Why do we shift so quickly into that person has hurt me or done me wrong? They are now bad. Everyone focus on how they're bad. It's just a natural human response. It's a protective mechanism. We're animals at the core. And so when something hurts us or does us wrong or makes us feel awful or uncomfortable, it is totally natural to go into an energy of me against that person, me against them, everyone against them, to help me feel safe again, to help me feel seen again, to feel validated in what I just experienced with and from this person potentially. And this is great as long as we don't stay there. Because if we stay there, we just generate this huge echo chamber of that energy, which creates more experiences like it. I've heard a number of really great people in the self-development and spiritual world talk about blame. And one of them, I can't remember his name, it was probably 7 or 8 years ago, said it really well, and it always stuck with me. He said that the people who are the most enlightened know that first we blame others, then we blame ourselves, and eventually we realize that there was nothing to blame. And so we're going to get into this and break this down today, because this is what I call the blame game. And this is how I take clients who come to me who have been stuck on things that happened to them years ago or months ago or weeks ago that are just completely engulfing everything that they do in their lives and keeping them stuck or keeping them sad. And we actually change that into getting out of that funky energy in minutes. So you can actually go on with your day, so you can go on with your life, so you can start to magnetize good experiences and long-term lasting happiness and peace and joy in your life. Because you can't get that from there. You can't get that from constantly being stuck on me against this person or people that hurt me. So we want to move on from step one. So step one is blame. Blame others. It is completely natural that you're going to blame others. How do we want to do this though? That's going to set us up for the next steps. What I teach is that we want to create a safe, healthy container to blame someone else. What does this look like? So instead of when the thing happened, or even if it happened years ago, and you're still going on and on about it in your head, or maybe out loud as well, we want to stop saying this to anyone and everyone.
If we can stop saying it to anyone, that is ideal. However, sometimes we've got to get it out. So there's a number of strategies I create with clients to create that space, to be in that blame of others, to be in that animalistic response that is just trying to protect you and make you feel safe again, to make you feel grounded, like it's okay to move forward. And we can cultivate that. And so, of course, having coaches, mentors, people that are trusted, that are trained, that you can turn to, who aren't going to constantly bring it up and bring it up and bring it up and dig into it and analyze it all with you and point the blame finger with you, that's not a safe, healthy person to go to. And yet that is most of our society. That is what we naturally do. And that is the unhealthy version of step one, is to go to your mum, to your friends, to your community, to the internet, and start to scream and hate and blame and shame someone for what they did to you. What this does, not only is it actually just stacking all of the things that you're saying about someone else in your own conscious programs as programs and beliefs about yourself, because that's how your unconscious mind works, by the way. Every single thing that you think and say about someone else is actually registered as self-talk. So you're just stacking terrible programs that ruin your self-love and your self-belief. This is why we say the saying, like hate and blame and all of, those negative behaviors against another is like drinking poison and expecting the other person to die. That is the scientific, neurological reason why we say that thing. And so when we go to any which person or the internet or our whole community, instead of maybe just having a conversation with the person who hurt us so that we can try and resolve it, which is a whole nother video, and we'll get to that. When we go to all these other people and we continue this narrative after the fact, not only do you stack those beliefs about yourself that only hurt you, they don't actually hurt the other person who hurt you, but you create this echo chamber that could come back and activate you at any time. So even if you do go on and you do resolve it and you do heal it and you're having an amazing time in life again, but then you bump into that person that you saw when it was all happening and they go, oh, how you doing about that thing? Oh, that person that hurt you, they were awful, weren't they? And you are back in that energy as if it's happening all over again right now. In some way, shape, or form, this happens so often. And this is why we get stuck in things that happen to us for years or months or weeks, sometimes decades, right? And you never know when that might come back around. And so by creating a safe container, and I call it like a vetted community, like you want to have your inner circle be so sacred that you know that if you do need to vent, if you do need to turn to someone to be like, this thing happened, it was awful, I need to just let out all of the yuckiness that I feel about this person and vent it all out and scream it all out or write it all out or whatever. Can you be on the other end of that for me without trying to fix it or change it or join in or tell me what I should do? Just, can you let me vent it out? And of course, a trusted person who is trained is also going to help you to move into step two. Other ways to do this are to journal. I call it brain dumping, especially when you're in the thick of a really yucky situation and you are in that animalistic response. As soon as you open your eyes in the morning, because that's usually when the mind's going to go, remember all the things that are wrong right now? That's when you could literally roll over, grab the pen that's right there, the book that's right there, and just start dumping out every single ugly, horrible thought that you have about this other person in your head onto the page. What this does is it moves all of that physically out of your brain and of your nervous system onto a page, onto something external. Then you can get up, you can go outside, you can light it up in a safe place, let it burn. And as it burns, just be like, bye. I'm releasing all of that for today. And I'm going to get to my list of things to do that are improving my life. I'm going to get to my job. I'm going to go and do something for my self-care and really let myself enjoy it because I really let that out of my body for the day. Brain dumping is phenomenal. Of course, if you have a coach, you have a mentorship, a lot of my clients will send me big, long voice notes just so they can let it out somewhere, so they don't let it out on their husband or their kids. So having someone that you can have that exchange with can be so phenomenally powerful, because the more you do this, the quicker this works. So how can you create a safe space for you to be in blame of others in a way that doesn't keep you there? Now, step 2, once we have let it out, and this doesn't have a time frame, it could be minutes, it could be days, it could be weeks, it could sometimes be months, to really get all of the niggly yuckiness out of you into a safe container where it doesn't go anywhere else and doesn't hurt anyone else, right? Then we want to move to blame of self. And people take issue with this, of course, because why would I blame myself? I didn't do it, they did it. And this is a huge narrative if you get stuck in step 1. Yes, you're the victim. You did nothing wrong. You are amazing. And I'm not saying that you're not. But at a certain point, if we want to get to a better life, we have to move through this process. Blame of self, in better words, is introspection, is self-reflection, is taking this pointing figure, being like, these people need to change for me to feel better. Oh, wait, what if I could make myself feel better? And then it doesn't actually even matter what other people do, other people who come into my life just get to be this extra amazing thing, right? Introspection is the most powerful thing, and it's the thing that no one wants to do. That's where coaches come in, because we hold your hand and we help you through it, and we help you get there faster so that you don't have to get stuck in it for ages, and that can be a bit challenging. So introspection is, how did I help co-create what really went down? Did I play a bit of a part in it? Was I a real narky girlfriend, or was I a real bitchy friend? Was I really not good at listening or paying any attention? Was I just allowing bad behavior in my space over and over and over again and just going, oh, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. It'll get better. Gaslighting myself. We always play a part. And here's the thing. This is an area where if you're not doing it with the good tools, this is why I help so many people through this exact process. If you're not doing it with good tools, you can get really down on yourself in step 2. Because when we realize, like, oh my God, I did allow it. Or you know what? I was a real bitch and I never let him be himself, or I never let him have his space, or like I did kind of drive us to this, or like this place where he went nuts, or whatever the context is. When we do start to realize how we have played a part, we can get a little bit down on ourselves, and that sucks. The beauty of this is, though, is that usually whatever we were doing, just like whatever they were doing in the context of the situation, is usually automatic programs that have been learnt in childhood from parents or caregivers. When we're in stress, we usually don't go, okay, how am I going to navigate this situation so that it doesn't hurt me and it doesn't hurt you? And I'm going to take some deep breaths and I'm going to think about how we're going to do this. And the other person's doing the same thing. Of course, that's not happening. That's not happening. When does that happen? Unless you're in like the super conscious communities. And even then, it usually doesn't happen, right? This is new awareness that we're coming into, that we have the blessing to be coming into, that we can consciously choose to show up to stressful situations and challenging conversations in a healthier way. But it takes time. It takes awareness of the automatic behaviors that we drop into when we're in stress to know how we want to change them to improve the situation in the future. So can you look at what happened? Look at maybe what programs you're repeating from what you learned from your parents to do in stressful situations, or situations where you're upset or uncomfortable, or someone's not doing something to be good to you or whatever. There's an automatic program you are dropping into as well. Sometimes it's the good girl. Sometimes it's the angry, pissed off person. Sometimes it's the naive, I don't really know what's happening. Like, there are so many different programs we could be dropping into that are either co-creating the negative thing that happened, or just allowing it to happen over and over again. And therefore the other person just thinks, cool, this is just normal, right? So introspect, self-blame is fabulous. And again, we don't want to stay there. but we want to draw out the wisdom, bring it out of the darkness, out of the unconscious automatic programs within us, bring it into the light so we can go, cool, is that working for me? If I keep doing that in relationships and keep creating these same situations, am I going to be happy with that? Probably not. So what's a different way that I could show up next time? What's a strategy that I could build for myself, or a support system that I could create for myself so that I don't need so much to be a certain way from this, so that if it's not looking so great, I actually have a support system to lean back on, or someone to talk to and nut it all out so I can show up to this and behave a more conscious way. And what does this do? This changes the program. This breaks a cycle that has probably been repeated through your life, through your parents' life, through their parents' life, through their parents' life. Like, you are breaking changes that are generations and generations old. So go easy on yourself. Take time with this. Love yourself through the process, because it is so phenomenally powerful, not just for you, but for everyone in your reality, for generations back and generations forward. It takes time. And it can get quicker and quicker and quicker the more you start moving through these steps. And what will naturally happen the more you implement a healthy version of step one? So let's recap. Step one is you're going to blame the other person. Naturally, automatically, you're going to go into that. Create a space so that when you feel that trigger, when you feel that need to attack, when you feel that need to gossip or slander the person or whatever it is, create a strategy. Dump it out onto paper. Don't say it out loud. Turn to a trusted coach or therapist or mentor or someone who is going to hold it with you and help you transmute it into step two. Not to keep you in it and keep you in it and keep you pointing the finger, because that will only lead you to more misery. Only lead you to more misery. This is why talk therapy does not work. Step two is introspection, is looking at how we co-created the situation, allowed it, played a part, did things that led to that point as well, so that we know how to have the wisdom to change it for next time, so that we can come into compassion for ourselves for doing the best we could with the automatic responses that we had in that moment. And eventually, you'll also have compassion for the other person who was doing the best they could with probably pretty awful and traumatizing programs that they were given. Step three is the more we do this, we realize there's nothing to blame. Because what happens when you change your programs? What happens when you practice something that allows you to bounce out of trigger or challenge or hate of someone else or yucky feelings quickly rather than really slowly? You get yourself in a new reality. You get yourself in a new frequency. You start attracting better people who are the same as that. You meet better partners. You build better relationships. You find better friends. You create more success in your life. Because what kind of person is more magnetic, more interesting to be around? They're the ones who have good energy. They're not the ones who are constantly talking about how their ex hurt them 10 years ago. They're not constantly talking about how they were screwed over by this person or that person and how it's ruined their lives. That's not fun. People don't want to pay those people. People don't want to invite those people to all the events. People don't want to hang out with those people and go on holidays with people or just like cuddle with those people on the weekends. Like, no, think about it. When we get to step three, we realize that it's kind of great that people interacted in these pretty crappy program ways with us that led to step one. And then we slogged it sometimes through step two, going, oh God, how did I help create this? How did I play a role in this? How did I allow this? To go, oh, wow, because I realized that, because I didn't create this whole echo chamber of blame in my life and keep all that sticky, yucky energy around me, because I learned how I could show up differently to get a better result from my external world, I now have a better and better and better and better and better reality. How cool is that? How beautiful is it that things went wrong so that I could use them to get everything right. That is how powerful the blame game can be. That is how powerful you can become if you choose to be the alchemist, to transform any painful situations into empowerment, into purpose, and do it for you. You don't have to do it for them. They'll find their own way. They'll be challenged by life and rocked and rolled when their time comes. But this is about you actually getting the life that you want and you deserve by utilizing the hard stuff that happens to build that new program quickly so you can get to enlightenment and all the good stuff that comes with it. If this has landed for you, make sure you drop some love in the comments, reach out for a chat anytime, of course, and I will see you on the next one. Today, off the back of the last couple of conversations we've been having, we're going to be talking about healthy boundaries. Now, boundaries has become a buzzword in self-development and spiritual worlds in the last decade, which is amazing. It's a beautiful thing to learn. And there is a huge narrative that our human brains love, which is why it's become a bit of a fallback for people, where we think or have perceived that a boundary is to put up a wall against something that makes us feel uncomfortable. And yet that's not quite conducive to creating the healthier dynamics and outcomes that you might want to create in your life and within yourself, because of course what we create within ourselves is what creates our outer reality. So today I'm going to run you through the 3-step process that I do with clients anytime that we might feel the need or the importance of creating a healthy boundary. And maybe this is with someone that you love, maybe it's with someone you barely know. There are different dynamics at play here and when you would use this particular process. But let's dive in to number 1. How can we know when we need to put up a boundary or what even our boundaries are if we do not know ourselves? And the beauty of being alive in this particular time in history is that we get to figure that out. We're actually the first lot of generations ever that have actually had the time, the space, the awareness, the tools, the access to information to learn so much about who we are, where we've come from, who we could become, and design and decide that consciously than ever before in history. It is such a gift. Even if you're in the depths of challenge and struggle in your life right now, I want you to hear this. You are in the most blessed time to be alive when it comes to support around you. Will you choose to see it? And will you choose to decide who you're going to become and design the life that you ultimately would love? Because you can actually create it by starting there. Step 1 is, what do you actually want in life, in love, in health, in finances, in relationships, in work? Have you taken any time to really sit down and get clear on this? Or are you just in the throes of repeating a program that was passed on, or something that others expect of you, or something that you've been doing and it just doesn't light you up or make you feel like something you want to do for the next 30, 40, 50 years, right? Can you give yourself the time, create yourself the time, and utilize that time to get clear on this? And maybe even get clear and start asking, how am I going to get there? I'll give you a hint. It's learning from people who have done it. So much of the time, we have poor boundaries because we don't actually know who we are. We don't know who we want to be and where we really want to go. And therefore, we entertain all sorts of things and experiences and have these experiences that make us feel bad, uncomfortable. And then we might hear that we need to have boundaries, but It's kind of unhelpful information if we have no idea who we actually want to be. Now, when you know what you don't want, which is usually what life leads us through, a lot of learning what we don't want, and then you start to get clear on knowing what you do want specifically, and you're constantly spending time with that and fine-tuning that, it becomes quite obvious what's not in alignment with that path and what is. So you can actually recognize before it becomes a major problem. Now, I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself because that happens in time. However, there can be people in your life that you want to evolve with you and grow with you as you learn who you are, as you design this new life, and perhaps change quite a bit to become the version of yourself that creates the new life. And you can have anything. There is nothing that exists in your desires, in your mind, that you cannot fully manifest. Nothing. Hear that. Listen to that again. And so much of the time, we are unconsciously manifesting the things that we don't want because it's all that we're really giving our time and attention to. And then we have a little taste of what we do want, but we feel things that we don't want in that. We haven't gotten clear on how to actually get past the discomfort of moving through growing and change to become the person that we get to become and need to become in order to receive a better life experience, and communicate along the way with things that aren't in alignment, but doing so in a way that's not blocking, putting a wall up against, or making anything or anyone outside of us bad or wrong along the process. That is not healthy boundaries. That is avoidance. And you will never get to where you want to be by avoiding the discomfort that's arisen because of something that's happened in your external environment. And I tell you right now, when you start getting clearer on where you'd love to go, it's going to get uncomfortable. It's called the letting in process. I did a live on this recently on my Instagram. Sometimes what you're asking for, you're not ready to let in yet because you're not the match to it. You're not a vibrational match to it yet. And that's okay. We can't have something we've never had if we're not prepared to become something we've never been. And what we've been is usually a carbon copy of what our parents were and their parents were and their parents were. What we're doing in this lifetime right now, when we choose to, is transforming millennia of programs that have been passed down. It's pretty wild work. It's pretty gnarly, which is my new favorite word for it, because it feels dangerous. It feels threatening. Your brain will actually see you getting clearer on who you want to be and who you want to become and the amazing goals you want to achieve and the people you want to fall in love with and the money that you want to make. Your brain actually sees that as a life-threatening direction to go. It will do whatever it can to convince you against going there because it makes no sense to your brain because it doesn't recognize it. It gets weird. You put the desires out into the universe, you put them out in your mind or you say them out loud, and you're probably going to be presented with a platter of all sorts of challenges, both internally and externally, because they are there to help you learn what's in alignment and coming with you to become that person who is in alignment with the outcome and what's not. Right? And so we get clear, step one. Step two is we want to communicate this to those who are important to you. Now, I've done a transmission in the past that I call the pregame. It's one of the first steps inside the Lovely Radical Academy. And this is a conversation that you can have in the beginning or at any time throughout your journey of whatever it is that you're wanting to call into your reality, to communicate this with those who are important to you. Because you're going to change And change is not only going to be uncomfortable for you, but it's going to be uncomfortable and weird for those around you. And so if there are people that you would like to at least prepare for that and create almost a permission piece between you that things are going to get uncomfortable, what are we going to do to move through that together so that we can actually get me and all of us to this awesome outcome that I want to manifest for us? I say to do this in a case of first step one of pregame is getting clear. We've already done that in our boundary step one. Then it's going to the important people in your life and framing where you're going with self-responsibility. You're doing it. You're not asking them to do it. And you're also framing it with the intention of you want to create financial freedom, or you want to create a beautiful, healthy relationship, not just for yourself, but for them too. And then the third part of this is that you actually do it regardless of how they behave. You stand by the thing you said you want and the thing you said you want to become or be or do or have, regardless of how they behave to that change, to that shift. And the step 3 here is the same. It's actually follow through on what you said that you are, want to be, create, and become. Because when you tell people your intentions, your plans, your boundaries, and then you don't stand by them, or you get flaky or soft on the ownership of them, whether that's because you just get busy and life gets in the way and the letting in process gets a little bit much that you put it on the back burner. I'll do it tomorrow. I'll do it next week. Maybe someone else will do it for me. Or the people that are important to you get uncomfortable or don't like your boundary. They don't like that you're changing. They don't like that you're choosing to stand in the value of what you said you wanted, even if that makes them uncomfortable or hurts them or doesn't make sense to them. When any of these happen, and they will happen, which is why we do the pregame conversation with those we love. When we don't stand in what we said we were going to be and do to get towards the outcome, not only are you going to stack distrust in yourself, but you show those around you that you don't mean what you say and that you don't embody what you say you are. No one else is supposed to be the change for us. It can be uncomfortable and sometimes awful to stand in a boundary when someone you care for is resisting you growing or growing themselves. When someone wants you to stay the same. When someone acts up or tries to pull you back into the old habits and programs and behaviors. It can be hard to hold a boundary when the quick hit is right in front of you, when the comfort zone, the way you've been doing things is right in front of you. But it's about picking your heart, right? Because if you're in a state where you're wanting to manifest a much better life or a much better version of yourself, things must be kind of hard already in their own way. So do you want to pick that hard and have it continue and get worse? Or can we pick the heart of holding a boundary to become a better version of ourselves through just comfort, even if the people around us don't like it or don't get it? Quick story. A couple of times now along my journey, I have essentially had to break my own heart and cut myself off from something that I was getting really great feelings from in order to hold a boundary and to not enable the other person to be what they didn't want to be. In both scenarios, I could have chosen to keep giving parts of myself to a relationship that was not ready or able to give themselves to me in the version of themselves that they presented to me. In the first version of this scenario, I didn't hold my boundary for years and years and years. And so I allowed myself to be used and used and used. And so when the second similar circumstance arose, I knew exactly what I had to do because I'd done it in the end with the first one. But I knew it was going to break my heart to have to do it again. In both cases, those people had also expressed how much better they wanted to be a better man, and yet they were in environments that were enabling them to stay the same. Maybe things hadn't gotten bad enough yet for them to really embody what they were saying. And I kept taking half of what I desired. And if I kept doing that, I would not only be half-assing my own boundary of what I want and deserve in a relationship, but I was playing a part in enabling them to continue behaviors that were keeping them stuck in where they didn't want to be anymore. Stuck in toxicity, stuck in addiction, stuck in unconsciously hurting people left, right, and center, whether they were aware of it or not. By me not holding a boundary, I would be enabling that. But I was also stacking doubt within myself. In both instances, I sat with the situation and realized that no one in their world was being brave enough to be the bad guy, to stop enabling old programs, that if I really did love them, could I cut myself off with love, potentially be the bad guy in their story forever, and be the one to hold them to the projection of who they want to be from afar, even if they would hate me, even if they would never speak to me again. And man, it sucked both times. And what it revealed to me about myself was many things. But it revealed to me who I needed to choose to be for me in order to call in what I actually want, rather than being willing to give up parts of myself to be what they want. For me, I chose to embody my word. I stood in what I said and wanted, and wouldn't take less just because it felt so good to get attention and half love. And I know for at least one of them, it was a catalyst for sobriety and more stability in relationships moving forward, even if I was made the bad guy in the story for calling it out. And for the second time, I had to choose this. Well, the jury's still out, and we hold the projection of a beautiful transformation for him. But at the end of the day, what this experience of holding a healthy boundary through the discomfort of it was, it helped me see so much more of myself and choose myself without guilt, without shame, knowing that it's all perfect. So regardless of what someone else chooses to do on their healing journey, you choosing to get clear on who you want to be specifically and why, embodying that, which means having to let go of, challenge, change behaviors that you might have done until now, maybe to get a quick hit. We all do it. Communicate it as clearly as possible to those that you love and desire to grow with, and open the space for them to do so or not. Because they might not be their time. It might not be part of their process. Their process might be totally different to what yours looks like. And we get to honor their process as much as we honor our own. And then, of course, finally, own that boundary that you recognize, that you communicate. Embody your word for you. And show those around you the standard you expect of yourself because you embody it. But also for those who have the privilege of being in your life. Putting up a wall to that, which makes us feel uncomfortable or triggered, is avoidance. And the lesson will repeat itself in new people until we're willing to face off with it within ourselves. So to recap, get clear on who you want to become specifically and why and how. And if you need help with this, come for a chat. Communicate this with those in your life, those who you would love to come with you, but not from a space of help me to do this. You can do this for me, but from a space of this is where I want to get us to because I love this. And I'm going to be doing this even if it makes you feel uncomfortable. Can we communicate throughout that so that you come along with me? And 3, stand in it, own it, embody it, regardless of what challenges present themselves before you moving forward, and regardless of what those you love and the people in your life feel about that change. Choose to practice healthy boundaries instead of putting up a wall, and you will see your life transform in ways that are so phenomenal you haven't even accessed or potentially can even imagine. The freedom that comes only when you gain control of who you're being and becoming and move in that direction no matter what. Because becoming that highest version of yourself, and it will take time. It will be weird, but it will also be incredibly beautiful. Becoming that version of yourself will not only give you the life that you want and you deserve, but it will ripple effect through the world. It will give permission pieces for others. It will guide others to heal, and it will lift so many, not just around you, but all through this reality. If you are on that path, if you are leaning in, if you are picking your heart in the direction of what you want, I honor you. I thank you. If you need any support in that process, you know where to find me. And I'll see you on the next one.
Are you paying attention to what you're making it all mean? Because here's the thing. Your brain is sabotaging so much of what you actually want faster than you could possibly realize, and you don't even know it. I don't know if you know this about your mind, about your brain, but it is working non-stop through the day to keep you in as much of what is familiar to you as possible. The way that it does this is seeking out evidence of what you have experienced in the past, paid the most attention to in the world, and in your internal story, or even maybe what you talk about most often with your friends and family. It's also framing everything that you see in your reality with this filter of what you've been focusing on.
and telling yourself and talking about. So even if the thing in front of you is nothing like your past or negative expectations you've had because of things that happened in the past, your brain is going to make you think that it is. It's going to grasp at any evidence that it can find to try and prove to you that it is like the past. If the past has been what you've been focusing on, or if you haven't actually resolved pain around past situations. And your brain does this so quickly, so effectively, and so kind of beautifully convincingly. If it wasn't such a problem, because it's actually keeping you from getting to where you'd like to be. That perhaps you're in a tense moment with a new partner, and in your past that evolved historically into fights and then a traumatizing breakup that took you years to get past, if you ever actually did. If you haven't been doing work to change this expectation, your brain will see a similar look from a partner, or hear a similar tone of voice, or see a similar behavior in front of you from them, maybe body language, going quiet, getting frustrated. And your brain's going to very quickly make it mean that what happened before is happening all over again, and to run, hide, or fight. It will find this evidence in a split of a second and then unfold this elaborate story in our mind that this is exactly what's going on. And therefore, you drop into what's likely an automatic program of behavior, of deflection, or a mechanism to keep you safe from harm again. Maybe it's disconnecting, maybe it's fighting, maybe it's running away, maybe it's projecting. And this happens so quickly. And so much of the time people are doing it and realizing that they don't want to be doing it, but it's happening so quickly that they can't stop it. And the sad thing is, if it's a new relationship or a friendship or a situation that's important to you, it's likely that what that person is doing or saying or being is nothing like your past. But you can't learn this and find out that it's actually different if we're letting our mind run on autopilot on this story and this automatic behavior from something that happened in the past, or usually that was programmed in childhood initially. So in the NLP world, we call this a complex equivalent, which essentially means this means this. Not this means a whole array of possibilities, but this means this. Done, boxed away, brain's done its job for the day. You're safe in the familiar that you've been focusing on or not healing from. It happens in online business as well. For example, I posted about my business and I got no likes or comments, which means it's not worth it. No one's interested. I'm not good enough. I'm just going to quit. Insert the familiar limiting belief that's not been dealt with and changed consciously. And it happens in health and wellness as well. For example, you set your alarm to get up in the morning, to work out, to do things differently, to do your self-care, and your alarm goes off and the mind already has a whole platter to present to you of reasons and excuses why it's important for you to stay in bed, just get a little bit more sleep, 5 more minutes, etc., etc. It happens with money, in the healing world, in every connection we have with other humans. And as Carl Jung famously said, until we make the unconscious conscious, it will rule our life and we will call it fate, or as many people end up calling it, just bad luck. No. Your power to have the relationship you want, the money you want, the health you want, and the business you want comes down to your devotion and your choice to challenging and changing what you make things mean. So here's 3 steps to set you up to be able to do this more consciously in your life now. So start by picking an area of your life. For today's experiment and explanation, I'm going to start with romantic relationships. So number one is identify what your expectations are. What do you expect relationships to be like? What was modeled to you by your parents? And then by your other experiences in life? What are the beliefs that you might have built about how it's going to go with the person you are with romantically? Do you know your attachment style? Do you know your love languages, your conflict resolution strategy or lack thereof? The things that you're worried about happening again specifically. Identify what your expectations are of relationships. Number two, get clear on what happened before. Yeah, that painful situation, the thing that happened that didn't work out, whatever that is. And what did you make it mean? Did you make it mean I'm not good enough? Relationships are hopeless. Men and women are just awful. It will never work out for me. And start to write a new story, a new script. Create affirmations, ways to challenge yourself anytime something might be happening in front of you that's making you expect the thing from the past that reinforces maybe an old belief or old story or expectation. And every single time an opportunity like this comes up, choose the new story, the new script, the new meaning, even if it doesn't feel real yet. Number three, learn a new way of communicating with the relationships that you're in. This is the whole pillar that I dedicated in the Lovely Radical Academy, because when I did years of study around communications in relationships and all the things that don't get taught anywhere except from these incredible experts who have learned the different dynamics that are required between men and women and the different chemicals that are released when we communicate in certain ways, it is fascinating and it will change your life. So learn a new way of communicating with the relationships that you're in. And stay tuned for my next video about communicating between men and women. I'll drop some of that gold for you guys here. Sit down with the person or people in your life that are important and discuss the differences in your expectations on relationships. You may have a totally different expectation that's been modeled to you that you're waiting to happen than the person that you're with. Your attachment styles, your conflict resolution strategy, and if you don't have one, you get to create one together, recognizing how you might have automatically responded to conflict in the past and ask, how could we do this differently when conflict does arise? Decide together how you can support each other in any differences in expectations or strategies, so that either of you don't make the other person's way of doing something mean that the worst is going to happen, or whatever it is that you make things mean that hasn't been working out for your relationships. Let's use another example in the context of business and building a brand. It's the same. Identify the expectations that you have for what the journey is going to be like. Side note, you can never know what the journey is going to be like. It's going to be full of all sorts of things you're not expecting. So that's why it's great for any entrepreneurs starting this journey, on this journey, going to the next level. It's important to know that discomfort and uncertainty gets to become your best friend. But identify the expectations or beliefs that are perhaps against the goal that you have, the outcome that you're heading towards. Identify what you tend to automatically do when things don't go the way you want, so that you can show up differently, because it's probably not going to work. Get clear on what you're automatically making it mean or the behaviors or stories you drop into when things don't go the way that you might want or think that they should? And can you communicate with yourself, call yourself out, challenge your old behaviors and stories and programs to turn them into the new story, the new meaning? So for example, you put a post up about your business, no one likes it. Old story might be, this is not worth it, I give up. New story is, a bunch of people have seen it. How incredible is that? What an honor it is that I get to share my knowledge with the world. And slowly but surely, people will come to me for more and more and more. Write a new script, create a new story, and implement it every time you get resistance, which is an opportunity to either choose the old behavior of the old self that hasn't been working or the new one. Those 3 steps put into repetition will start creating new programs in your brain, in your unconscious. Through these 3 steps in repetition, you will start to make the program of things working out, of relationships being better and better instead of whatever happened in the past, of things all being part of the journey to get you to where you desire to be, being perfect, even if they don't feel that way. Which means that it's more familiar, and it becomes more and more familiar, which means it becomes your default in time. So there'll be less sabotage the more you build the new program. You'll also be able to slow down even more in moments of tension and choose the new story, the new expectation, the new behavior of communication. And instead of getting the old results, repeated patterns, you'll get the new ones. And it always helps to have a strong foundation in body and mind and spirit to do this from. If you're sick, if your hormones are all out of whack, if you're freaking out about money every day, it's kind of hard to go a little bit deeper into forming new programs in your neurology. So have your money, your health, your self-love, and your relationships, and of course, business structure in place, simplified, in flow, so that you can have more space to do this practice. That's what the Lovely Radical Academy is. For those who want to break down and simplify the foundation so they can start to have more breakthroughs with changing these programs. And for anyone tuning in right now, I'm opening up an opportunity to do a 12-week trial breakthrough of LRA, which I've never done before. It's normally a 12-month membership only. Spaces in the schedule are limited, so you can DM me the word breakthrough on Instagram or email support@lovelyradical.net to claim your spot. And until next time, thank you for absorbing this important knowledge and doing this transformational work. The ripple effect of you doing so, of choosing to change your programs to better not only your own lives, but the lives of those who come after you and the lives of all those around you. That choice is also rippling through the world. Until next time, thank you. Hello, everyone. Today's episode is inspired by a couple of beautiful conversations I had with clients recently where they asked me how I managed to heal so many things around my parents and the parenting that I experienced and my family dynamic, and in a way have them come along on this journey with me in so many ways. And I'm going to start with a story of probably about a decade ago where I went to see a psychic. It's probably one of the only times I ever did that.
because I am a believer that no one can tell you your future because you create your future. And sometimes it can be fun to go and do that stuff and get a bit of confirmation or clarity from the beyond. And this psychic told me about the journey of growth and how it would be combined between my parents and I, and at the same time, not on the same level. So for those listening and not watching, I'm doing some movement with my hands where there's a line on the top and a line just underneath. And so she did this, and she explained that you're going to go on your path and your growth, and you're going to learn all sorts of things and have all sorts of realizations and build things and do all this stuff. And you're going to want your parents to do the same types of work as you, to do the same levels of work as you, to have the same amounts of breakthroughs as you. But the more that you try and pull them up to where you are, the more that they might resist, and the more frustrating it's going to be for you. Instead, focus on your path, focus on your growth, focus on being what you need to be to go to that next level and the next level and the next level. And the more you do that, the more they're going to, just not on the same level, if you will, on the same layer in the same exact way. And for many years, I was like, yeah, cool. It's not happening. It's not working, or whatever was going on. And I wasn't seeing the beauty of my parents' journey at the same time as I was trying to find the beauty of mine in all of the contrast that I created and experienced over the years. And yet we're at a point now where it's so phenomenally obvious that that was true. And I've been asked a number of times how that happened, and can I break it down, and what were the steps that I took? And of course the answer is yes, because that's the work I do inside, behind the scenes in the academy and the front of the house. It's all building business and making money and creating freedom. But behind the scenes of that is these beautiful layers of healing and reconnecting and remembering. And so this story of really going all in on that advice is broken down to a few different layers and steps. And I worked this out unconsciously over the years before I made it into a methodology that I now utilize when helping other people through it. And it all really started kicking into high gear when 2020 was happening, and I was already navigating a number of personal challenges, financial challenges, health challenges all at once. And then a global pandemic hits, and I'm in a country where I don't even have a home of my own or family in the country or government support. So it was this culmination of factors that just threw me into the depths, or I threw myself into insane depths of healing and growth, while at the same time, under the stresses of the pandemic and being separated from family, and also being told by governments that you will never travel again, you will never be able to go anywhere, which to me was, you'll never see your family again. And so I was scared. And it took me a while to realize that. And at the same time as all this was happening, there was a lot of tension growing between my family and I, because I wanted them to be taking care of their health in the same way that I was. I wanted them to be doing the same protocol I was doing, right? I was needing them to follow what I had found was working. And there was some resistance there. There was resistance because they didn't want to invest money into the same thing that I was. They didn't maybe want to admit that it was working so well for me when we tried so many other ways as a family to like resolve all my health issues. And so there was this resistance coming up between us where they wanted to support, but they couldn't support in all the ways that I was demanding them to support me, right? And then I started seeing a psychologist who was lovely. And at the same time, unfortunately, just through the methods of traditional psychology, we dug up things from my past, like teeny weeny little
pieces of data, and that was turned into a story. And I'm not going to go into the details because it is very private, but it was turned into a story to basically prove that my parents were narcissistic, horrible people who failed as parents, and that the advice was that I should shut them out, and I could shut them out, and I would never have to talk to them again. And this went on for a number of months. And in the midst of this beginning, I had a conversation with my family and said, I'm not going to talk to you for a while. I have so much going on in my head. And we're at this point of resistance where you're not doing the things I want you to do. And I remember saying so clearly, I love you. I want to know, can you just tell me that you're going to do something to ensure that you're getting healthier and you're supported and you're okay? Because I need you around. I need you to stay around for a bit longer. Like, I need to know you're going to be alive for like the next 10, 20 years, please. And so I unconsciously at the time framed this shutting them out with love and requested something of them without demanding it be a particular type of thing, because I love them and I want them to stay around. And then for the next 6 months, I basically didn't talk to my family. And that was hard because I was being pulled between all of this advice and these differing opinions and what was happening in my own mind while I was dealing with all my own stuff. And it was so chaotic. And yet this is where so much clarity started to come from. And if you haven't looked at my training that I did recently on the podcast on YouTube around healthy boundaries, this is where I started applying that process without really realizing I was applying it. And it's how the methodology was born. So what ended up happening was I got to a point with therapy where I realized that there was no end game with traditional therapy. I realized that it was about talking and digging up more and more and more bits of data from the past to maybe prove that parents are bad, to say, oh yes, this is all these people's faults. And I remember clearly asking the therapist at one point, all of these people apparently in my life that have attracted are narcissists, is what we're saying. So doesn't that mean that I must in some way be a narcissist or have narcissistic capabilities if I've attracted this? Because we attract what we are, we attract what we expect, we attract what we believe, we attract the same vibration as us. And I remember, and a lot of psychology says this, is that a narcissist would never ask that question. And while I get how this is true, and I got how it was true at the time, there was still something missing. And I got to a point with traditional therapy where I was more suicidal than I had been going in, because we weren't going anywhere. All we were doing is blaming everyone else and showing myself all the ways that I've been a victim without any actual end game and growth beyond that, which I knew was possible because it was the work I was already doing. And so I ended up canceling therapy and throwing myself into massive amounts of personal responsibility work. This is where I started studying Neuro-Linguistic Programming and hypnotherapy, root cause therapies, and how we can actually transform negative things into the positive things. Polarity work. This is shadow work. There's all sorts of names for it, right? And this was the tools that finally felt like the missing piece that transformed everything. And it was hard. It was hard. And eventually I found and decided on how I was going to bring my family back into my life. And I was nervous, but I was also excited. And what I ended up doing was reconnecting, first realizing what I wanted family to be like, deciding and designing this identity for who I wanted to be as a daughter,
like that I wanted to be good to them and be grateful to them, because in this time I realized how incredible they actually had been, despite maybe, not being present is a very common one that people say in the world now, and not hugging us enough, or not saying I love you, or not being there for certain things. Like, I'd been shown all of these ways that my parenting had been bad, even though there is no actual rule book for parents ever, especially the ones who raise the current generations. I started realizing all the beautiful things from my childhood, and how all the contrast, let's call it, all the quote unquote negative things that had happened in childhood in relation to how I was parented could actually be the platform that I use to transform it. And around the time I reread one of my favorite books, The Alchemist, which is all about transforming a negative into a positive, taking darkness to light, turning pain into purpose. It's the core basis of all the work that I do, right? Because we can only be going through challenging, horrible things as an indication that we get to experience the opposite of that if we choose to use it for that. And so I started thinking, okay, what's the identity of me as a daughter for the rest of their life? Do I want to shut them out and blame them and be like, screw you, even though life's pretty good? Even when my life was horrible, it was still pretty good. They were still on the end of the phone, or they were still offer to give me money even when they had no money themselves, right? And so I got clear on who I wanted to be as a daughter for them for the rest of their lives. I got clear on the things that just clearly weren't working when it came to our interactions in our relationship, conversations that just maybe weren't a good idea because they were pointless and created negativity in the conversation. I recognized behaviors in them that I didn't want to repeat because I was learning that they were limiting behaviors, right? Like complaining or gossiping or pointing the finger of blame, thinking rich people were evil, all of these programs that they were just passing on because that's what they had learned and what had gotten them through. But they weren't going to work for the big new future I was creating and the cycles that I wanted to break. And again, this doesn't mean that they were wrong or bad, because I needed to learn those things and live in that way to realize that I didn't want it and that I wanted to create something different, right? And so we had what I now call with my clients the pre-game conversation, where we've gotten clear on what we actually want the outcome to be in life for the people involved and for ourselves. And then we communicate and go, okay, this is what I'm doing. I'm deciding to do this massive growth thing. I'm deciding to create a whole bunch of new life experiences. I'm deciding to build a business. I'm deciding to heal our problems with money, not them. They haven't necessarily decided that. In a lot of cases, our parents are freaking tired. They have been working their asses off all their lives. So the people in our lives haven't always decided to come on this journey with us, even though they're going to be on this journey with us in some capacity. So the communication piece is, I've decided to go on this growth journey because I want this outcome to be amazing for me and for us. And that means that I'm going to change, which is going to be uncomfortable for me. And it's probably going to continue to be a bit uncomfortable for you. The question in that is, how can we communicate and support each other through that time? And the third piece to the pregame convo is, regardless of how they behave, they being whoever you're communicating this to, you do the thing anyway. If people tell you to give up, you do the thing anyway. If people tell you it's not working, why are you working so hard? You do the thing anyway. If people say, oh, you're burning yourself out, like just relax a little, you do the thing anyway. If your partner or your parents or your family members don't like who you're becoming because it's making them uncomfortable, you do the thing anyway, because you're being a woman or man of your word. You are doing the thing that you saw in your mind because you can create it, which is for the good of yourself and others and these people involved. You've communicated it as best you can so they're aware that this is going to happen, and you're doing the thing anyway, regardless of any discomfort that arises, including from the people you love most. And I devoted to the path.
I devoted to what I needed to do. I devoted to throwing myself into personal development. I devoted to challenging myself on all the crappy behaviors that I had that I didn't even realize that I was just saying, well, that's just who I am. And I did it anyway. And there were some pieces of this that were uncomfortable for them because it was freaking uncomfortable for me. And so the next thing that we did was, in that conversation and in many conversations since that time, which was, many years ago now, we created new strategies for communication and for accountability, and not just between us, but even with them. So at one point I went home for a couple of months in 2021 or 2022, and it was intense. My parents actually both asked me if I would coach them on their different situations. So we went all in. It was a gnarly couple of months. You wouldn't have wanted to be in that household, but it was incredible. And I kind of was able to just get into coach mode and point out all the things that I could see where they were limiting themselves, the behaviors, the thought patterns, the belief systems, the way they would talk about things, the way they were organizing certain things. And I kind of called them out, but then I also helped them to create strategies to have accountability between them when I wasn't there, to pull themselves out of those behaviors. So, maybe it was complaining about everything instead of focusing on the good things that were happening. Maybe it was worrying about money, even though it was clear that they were actually doing pretty all right with money. Not amazing, but pretty all right, right? And they, bless them, created a little activity for themselves, between themselves, where they would have like a little safe word or one-liner from one of their favorite UK comedy shows from when they were younger, when they first got together. And that was their call out when either one of them started slipping into old behaviors or patterns. They would be able to say this thing and kind of call each other out, but in a fun way, without being like nagging or complaining or making it into an argument, because it's just uncomfortable, right, to be called out on dropping into an unconscious pattern. And they made this beautiful, fun way to do it, which was so cool. And I've had a number of clients do the same. And I even have a couple of these with girlfriends of mine when we get caught slipping into that, like, oh God, is there actually going to be any good man out there? And then we have a little random off topic, but on topic one-liner that we say just to pull us back into, oh wait, that's right. That's right. That's right. Pick the new behavior, pick the new story. So that can be such a really fun thing to implement. And the next thing we did was we created agreements around how we would communicate as daughter and parents and vice versa. And we discussed what subjects would be best for us to keep off the table because they just weren't necessary and they would create tension. We recognize subjects that we could talk about that were really beautiful, like what's going well this week, what are we excited about, what are we looking forward to, what are we currently working towards, so that we can play with that creation conversation instead. And one of my favorites that I challenged them on was to tell me stories of the past, because so much of the time we get so stuck in just talking about the problems that are happening in the present and all of these behaviors that we all can drop into, whether it's with family or not. And so many of us don't know anything about our parents or our family or even our friends' past, like the good stories. And so my pattern interrupt, my little one-liner that I would say if we were on a call and mom or dad started slipping into an old story or pattern of behavior that we'd agreed they were going to change, I would say, okay, now it's time to tell me a story of the past. And where I would say it in some similar words, right? And in this, I got to learn so many cool things about my parents, about myself before I was conscious. I got to learn my conception story. I got to learn my birth story, which is wild. I got to learn about how my parents got married, which totally blew my mind, because you have this image in your head just from pictures that you see or whatever, and it was totally freaking different. We're just like common British people, really. But the pictures were so pretty and perfect. But really, the story is like, oh, let's just get married. Oh, cool.
And I learned about, time my mum spent in the United Arab Emirates working for a prince, and the different adventures that my dad would go on, and different businesses that he built, and the things that he would do, like, being on the street selling things. And it was the coolest thing, because it creates this beautiful connection and excitement for them to relive these beautiful moments of their past, but also to bring you into it, and also create some kind of awareness of, oh, maybe that's where I get that from, or that's where I get that from. It's created so much enjoyment in our conversations, and I wish that for every single person who has that available to them. Now, I recognize at this juncture that not all people are able to connect with their parents. Perhaps they've passed away, perhaps things did get so bad that that's not possible. And a lot of this can still be applied in here. I've worked with clients whose parents have passed away either well before we met, or literally as they started working with me. That's actually happened about 3 or 4 times now. I've helped people utilize these tools with parents who are still alive, but very much in zones where they're not open to any kind of work on themselves or on their relationship or any of it. And this is understandable. A lot of the time with parents of our generation, they learnt from the best, their parents and the ones who came before them, how to suppress anything bad that might have happened, any negative emotion. And so they're actually just doing the best they can with the resources they have, the beliefs that they have, to just stay out of it. And while with new knowledge, we know that it would be great if they faced it, you don't need them to face it. You don't need them to change in order for you to have complete, beautiful transformation for yourself, for your loved ones, and for the families that you'll create. Okay? The final thing that I love that we did, and that was said definitely in a emotional way when I first said it to my parents, at this point I'd lived by myself overseas for well over a decade. And this was my choice. I've fallen in love with other countries that are just beautiful and a lot healthier for me than where I grew up. And for all of those years, I was pretty busy, and so were my parents. And the times that we would get to actually connect and talk with each other was so few. And I noticed over a decade that the only times we would talk to each other is when I called them. And so I remember having this conversation with my mom and my dad saying, can you call me? Like, they're like, oh, you're busy. Like, that's why we don't call. I'm like, cool, I don't care. It would be so cool to see a missed call on my phone from you. And this was like a moment. Like, oh, it's not even about the phone call itself, but it's I'm thinking of you, so I'm just going to give you a call. And we didn't really have that. Again, we come from a British background, very closed. We don't really talk a lot. And yet nowadays, me and my parents talk about a lot of things, and they created a daughter that likes to talk and talk and talk and talk and talk and talk and talk. And so that was one of the most beautiful requests that I made, because you get to ask for what you want and what you need from those around you. You can't demand it. You can't also expect that they're just going to do it perfectly straight away. But we can communicate like, hey, it really makes me feel so loved and nurtured to see a missed call on my phone from you. Even if I couldn't get to it, even if we play phone tag for a little while, or maybe send me a voice note. You're like, just thinking of you, love you, right? To send memes to each other, whatever it is for you. Like I have access to all the love languages, but mine are definitely words of affirmation, quality time, and touch, and they kind of change as I change. And so I requested that support from my family. I said, can you just call me sometimes when you're thinking of me, even if I don't pick up, which I usually will these days because I've got a ton of time. And can you maybe just send me some words of encouragement sometimes? Because when you're an entrepreneur and you don't have a partner and you don't live with a bunch of people, you're usually getting through a million hard days without having someone outside of yourself at the end of the day to give you a hug and be like, you did awesome today. Like, you freaking got this, keep going. And so I asked for that. I asked for that for those who can give that to me. And it's created so much change in our relationship. Like, it's beyond words. Something as small as that. And in my different visits over the years, it's become so evident that we really are on that path rising together, but on those different layers. From the time when I went and they asked me to coach them and it was really hectic and you wouldn't have wanted to be in that house, to the most previous time where they look younger. My parents look younger, even though they've aged years since the time before I met them the last time. They are more calm and collected. They've become more successful in their pursuits. They have better friendships and community around them. It is so phenomenal and so relaxing as a child, especially the eldest child who, you know, can take on a lot of responsibility, even though you don't necessarily have to. It felt so beautiful to start to see the proof of that and to feel so nurtured by that was cultivated because I did those things. And so if you're wanting to play with these steps in your situations, I'm going to run through a few things that can be super powerful. And you can apply this whether your parents are around or whether they're not. So the first is reject the story of it's my parents' fault. I know that you hearing this might have been absolutely traumatized by your childhood, perhaps. Maybe you felt neglected. Maybe you were betrayed. Maybe you were abused. I get it. I've worked with people who have experienced horrific things throughout their whole childhoods. And the beauty of that is that people who come to me with those kind of backgrounds only want to become the alchemist. They are so driven to become the one who changes the cycle, and they are ready to no longer blame their parents. Because here's the thing, there is an expiry date on blaming your parents for the problems that you have now. Things that happened once or maybe hundreds of times years ago are memories now. They're stories that we tell and meanings that we attach to things, and that's the only thing that keeps it alive. It keeps it alive in your body. It keeps it alive in your nervous system. It keeps it alive in your reality because we see evidence of more of what we're choosing to focus on. And so reject the story of it's my parents' fault and start taking the power back into your own hands. Because every single parent that has ever existed was not handed the rule book on how to be a perfect parent, and then they just decided not to read it and become an asshole instead. That's not what happened. They were doing the best they could with, in some cases, horrible programming, horrible modeling, really bad or disconnected care that they received growing up. But on some level, they've processed that as that's just how you do it. And it's only in these modern times where we have access to the world's information that we're learning, oh, there's better ways to do things. We're actually getting to learn from parents who have done things in a really great way. That doesn't mean we then turn to all the parents who did it any other way and go, you're bad, you're wrong, you screwed up, and it's now your fault that I'm this way, right? There's no power in that. There's no healing in that. So take back the power and quit the blaming. Secondly, lead first. Be the change you want others to model in you. Be the love that you want to receive. Be the behaviors that you want the people around you to be towards you, regardless of whether they're being it or not. We cannot inspire anyone else to change themselves by yelling at them, screaming at them, or demanding them to. The only way anyone around you will change is by you leading the way. And this is hard. This is hard. The majority of women who come to me are just like me. They were the ones who were going first And when you're going first, you think you're crazy. Everyone else thinks you're crazy. Like, you just, that's weird. And so get around other people who are leading themselves first, who are moving through that growth, sometimes feeling quite isolated, so that you don't have to feel so isolated. And then the people around you will start to be like, wow, she told me she was doing this thing, and look, she's doing it, and she's getting healthier and happier and making tons of money and leading, and people are respecting her. Wow, maybe she was onto something. Maybe we could do that too, right? That's how it works. The next is to communicate. Now, I've already talked a little bit about that pre-game combo that I utilized. You can go and check my podcast on healthy boundaries, which is a really great structure for this. And even if you are not in direct communication with your parents, whether they are still here or they're not, this communication can be with yourself. Because here's the thing, your unconscious mind does not separate you from anything or anyone else in this world, whether your parents are still here or not. Your mind does not separate you from them. So the communication with yourself is communication with them. The commitment to yourself is a commitment to everyone that is involved that you'd like to come with you. The final thing is to have compassion, and to even move towards gratitude and forgiveness. Because like I said, no one handed them a rule book. And if you didn't have the parenting that you had, you wouldn't know that you wanted something better. And the fact that you know you want something better means you can create it in this lifetime. We cannot create it by being against the thing that made us realize that we can create it. Find the compassion, find the gratitude, find the growth. And that's where you access real freedom. This is why I think people should prioritize healing their wounds with their parents, around their parents. It's possible. It's probable when you do this work. And to move into a reality where you're no longer against the people who created the person that you are and the things that you desire. The more we reduce and resolve resentments with anyone, we learn to communicate and find gratitude and forgiveness even. I cannot describe to you the peace that you will start to feel, that will come into your life, because all of the people that have peace right now by avoiding this work will know that it's actually leaking out in other ways. We might think that we have peace by never talking to our parents again, or by making them the problem for our problems. But this isn't peace. This is a teeny tiny avoided taste of peace. The peace that comes from recognizing that that was the best way that it could have happened for you to create what it is that you want is a peace unmatched by anything else. And when we're in peace of avoidance, when I say it leaks out in other ways, the avoidance of resolving the resentment with a parent is going to leak out in things like money problems in your life, reactivity in your relationship, health problems in your body. It comes out somewhere. It cannot be pushed away. Energy cannot be destroyed or created. It can only be changed. And so that energy that you have around your parents, you can't make it go away because it's going to leak out in other ways. You cannot just make it something else because that's just not reality. You can transform it and change it and evolve it. And that's where you heal. That's where you access peace. And it's also how you manifest the desires that you have to break the cycles and experience a different way of living. If you want help with this, you can check out my free masterclass called Heal, available online, or you can reach out anytime and come into the academy or the Lovely Club community and get support and tools to apply this into your own personal situations. Can't wait to meet you. And until next time, see you soon.
A self-talk hack you might be missing. Hello and welcome back to another episode. And let's today dive in to something a little bit nerdy, but something that I love, and it's our brain's representational systems. And we're going to do it in a fun and simple way. I'd like to invite you to think of your brain as a big, quirky movie studio, right? It's got different departments, each responsible for creating a movie of your life. And here are the main departments, or what we call representational systems. So number one is the one that's probably got the biggest explanation because it's the overthinking mind. We call it auditory digital. And this is the part of your brain that stores all of words and language. It's the script writer, the analyst, the inner coach. The system is organized with words. It's constantly typing out scripts, making lists, and engaging in internal monologues. It's the reason you can hold an internal debate and talk yourself through a problem or repeat affirmations like, I can do this. The digital system loves puzzles and making sense of the world. It's always analyzing situations, organizing information, solving problems. And if you find yourself thinking like, does this make sense? Or what's the next step? It's your digital system at work. This part of your brain is your internal coach, always giving you pep talks or sometimes and more commonly critical feedback. It's the voice that's saying, you've got this, or what were you thinking? It's great at helping you plan and reflect and stay on track. In essence, the auditory digital representational system, or AD, as we call it, is the part of your brain that keeps everything organized and makes sense of the chaos and ensures your internal dialogue is running smoothly. It's the rational voice amidst the sensory party from your feels and your vision and your hearing and all the things, making sure that your life's movie has a coherent plot. And a lot of people spend a lot of time in their digital mind, usually to avoid feeling emotions like pain because they've been hurt in the past. But it's very difficult to create and enjoy life from the AD mind alone. We need some visual and we need some kinesthetic. So that brings me to number two, visual, the director. This is the part of your brain that loves pictures. It's constantly painting scenes, creating vivid imagery, and directing your internal movie. It's the reason you can visualize your dream vacation or remember what your best friend's face looks like when they laugh. Our visual mind, of course, can paint a lot of negativity. And a lot of this comes back to the language we use and the stories we tell. Right? And I always love to give the example of thinking about different words that we use in our vocabulary to describe our life or to talk throughout the day. Because all the words that we use, our mind has a visual image for each of those words. And so, for example, if we were to utilize the word trauma for a moment, common word, very common these days, people are saying it a lot, and I was one of them. But if I asked you to close your eyes and say the word trauma and tell me the picture that comes into your mind, trauma, what's the picture? That picture is what your mind thinks is happening when you say that word. And so what do you think the brain's going to do if you're saying that word all the time? Because it's highly likely you've got, I know for me, I got a picture of being wounded on the battlefield, limbs missing, blood spurting, death. It's kind of stressful, right? And so
if I were to say the word trauma all the time, my body is going to be being signaled by my brain to release cortisol because there's something really, 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 really wrong right now, even when there's not, even if the thing happened 5 minutes ago or 10, 20, 30 years ago. This is how we keep problems of the past alive in our body and wear our bodies down and make ourselves sick through thought alone. It's also how we heal ourselves. So whether it's the word trauma or struggling or broken, pick one. There's so many of them. And I've done podcasts on this in the past. We do whole trainings on it inside LRA. But what would happen if you started removing some of these words from your vocabulary for a while? Let the cortisol start to decrease in your body, which actually starts to open up your visual mind more to the things that you want. It sounds silly, but to take a word like trauma and replace it with a gift can be a bit challenging for people. And yet anything bad that we've been through in the past is actually a gift to help us to see where we want to go. That releases less cortisol, meaning we have more energy to do the things to solve the problem. And having a vision of the future also helps our reticular activating system to start seeing their pathways there. That's why vision boards are so popular and why they work so well. Because we're starting to work with the director, the visual part of our mind. Number 3, auditory. This is the sound engineer of the movie. This department is all about sound. It handles everything you hear from your favorite song to the sound of your alarm clock. It also helps you recall conversations and hear that little voice in your head. Hopefully it's saying nice things. However, a lot of the time, our auditory mind is the voice in our head. That's telling a negative story about our past, present, or future, attaching meanings to things that might not even warrant a negative meaning. Replaying arguments in our head or conversations in our head or creating new ones, right? And a lot of the time we compare the auditory system to be very similar to the digital mind, the auditory digital system, because it's getting wrapped up in that story and that data and that thinking in the form of the voice in our mind. Number 4, it's my favorite and my primary rep system. It's kinesthetic, the stunt coordinator, let's call it, or the feeler on set. This one's in charge of feelings and movements. It's the reason you can feel the warmth of the sun on your skin, the softness of puppy's fur, or the satisfaction of a good stretch. It also helps you how to remember to ride a bike or dance like nobody's watching. This is also where all of your emotions are stored, all of your feelings, all of the good, the bad, the ugly, the delicious, the divine, the sensual, the messy. All the feelings of the past and the future are all stored in this beautiful part of the mind, an aid to the creation of a movie that really captures and entertains and keeps it spicy. Then there's a couple that we'll just touch on because they're not as important to the work that we do in this space. We have olfactory, which is our scent, and we have gustatory, which is our taste. And you can definitely lean on these for things, and we won't go into them for the purpose of the outcome of this video. But I want you to imagine your brain's studio throwing a big party. Each department brings its unique flavor to the event. So the visual director is setting up a stunning visual display. The auditory sound engineer is playing with the perfect playlist. The kinesthetic is organizing fun activities and making sure everyone's having a good time.
Olfactory is making sure the air is filled with delicious aromas, and gustatory is making sure all the snacks are there. And together, these departments create a rich, multi-sensory experience that makes your internal movie as vivid and engaging as possible. So next time you find yourself vividly recalling a memory or daydreaming about the future, hopefully building a beautiful vision of where you would love to go so that you can create it. Just remember, it's thanks to your brain's talented team working hard to make your life's movie a hit. If you're not being conscious with your rep systems, it's likely that your rep systems are working together to make your life's movie more of a horror film, where you're consistently stressed and scared and failing and being betrayed and hurt, right? I've been there. That was me. It sucked. The ultimate goal is not to be in one rep system over another. It's to have flexibility across our rep systems, to find more balance between all of them, primarily kinesthetic, visual, and AD. And to start programming with what you actually want, not what you don't want. And most of the people who come to me who are very much stuck in overthinking and inaction or pain, problems, trauma, are usually stuck in AD or auditory, as I once was. And the work that we do helps to shift a lot of this into visual and kinesthetic again, so that you can really start to create that vision and feel great about it and release quote unquote negative emotions that you don't need. And while there's a number of things I walk people through, the primary core of it all comes down to dun, 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 the story we tell, the meanings being focused on, maybe the environment that we're in that's getting us to focus on negativity rather than anything else. Perhaps the feeling being avoided or made bad by the mind, and the lack of action being taken. And so I'm going to run you through a few things that you can do to start bringing more harmony between your rep systems. So number one, affirmations. Recognizing the conflicting stories and language within your mind and your digital system and creating new ones. Recognizing the negative stories and meanings that you attach to things, catching them and going, wait a second, that's not serving me. Create a reframe, create a new story, create it in an affirmation. And every single time the resistance arises and you go to start to tell that old negative story of they're against me, it'll never work out, I'm a failure, whatever your favorite flavor of suffering story is, utilize those moments to tell the new affirmation and the new story. Every single time you do, you're lifting a weight. You are training the mind at the gym and building a new program that gets easier and easier and easier, which starts seeing new reality and experiencing new life. Number two, getting clear on actions that will move you to a new state and taking the action. It's uncomfortable, but it's better than the crappy life that you currently might have getting worse, is it not? Number three, working with the parts that are in conflict with where you want to go and integrating them as opposed to rejecting them. This is how we create momentum to move forward to where we want to be. Quick story. I ran a training recently in the Lovely Radical Academy about getting stuck in what we call an ADK loop and how to get out of it. And I mentioned that most primary kinesthetics are actually spending more time in their data mind, overthinking, analyzing, because their brain has decided that it's safer than feeling because they've been hurt when they allow themselves to feel. And I used to get in some major ADK loops Just ask my coaches and mentors. And for me, this felt like when I used to get severe panic attacks, I would feel the bad things from something that had not worked out. And then I'd give time to analyze the hell out of it. I'd overthink about all the things that had happened, all the things that I did know, all the things that I didn't know. Could I have done it better? Who was there to blame? By the way, loops can become more intense the more we learn about self-development, when we realize that we're actually playing a part in the creation of the unwanted things that are happening in our world. And you can also get out of it by applying this faster. But I would drive myself to the edge of insanity and sometimes beyond, getting stuck in these loops, in the feeling bad and then overthinking about the feeling bad and then feeling bad again and then overthinking about the feeling bad, rather than going, I actually have a clear action plan or know how to create one, so that gets me into my visual and I take freaking action and I get myself out of this loop. And after a particularly challenging breakup where there was a lot of gaslighting and lying, I was going quite crazy, trying to make sense of my reality with all the lies and then the breadcrumbing, and having not experienced something like this, while at the same time having the awareness that I had played a role in how it had all come to pass. I was so desperately trying to make sense of it while I was withdrawing from the person physically that I'd been falling in love with, who was suddenly not only gone, but had already built a relationship with somebody else before he'd let me know. I was analyzing it every single day for months, analyzing all of the moments and months that we spent together, every word that had been spoken and heard, every event, every message, every phone call. I was literally driving myself insane, desperately trying to find sense in it, which was making me go insane. It was making me exhausted, which was making me feel like I was losing my mind. And what it was is my brain was trying to find some kind of safety or stability, going from feeling to thinking to feeling to thinking to feeling to thinking. Right? I remember feeling so overwhelmed with the time I was giving to the overthinking and the analyzing. I was scared I might go over the edge. One night I quietly took myself to hospital and asked to be placed on watch, just so that I could have somewhere with enough distraction and attention to stop the constant looping. I've never told that story before. I hated that I was doing that. I knew that there was nothing that the medical world could do to help with the situation long term, but it was the middle of the night and I was exhausted and scared and didn't want to burden anyone. Classic people pleaser. And I knew that I'd created the mess that I'd found myself in somehow at the end of the day. And I remember they gave me some medication. They spoke to me with kindness. I recall myself keeping all of my weirdness of what was happening in my mind inside, and only gave them surface level conversation in the hospital of why I was there, so that they didn't know how crazy I actually am and commit me. I remember zoning out a little bit with what they gave me to take and looking around for ages at the medical staff and wondering what their lives were. Had they ever had moments like this? And it was a great distraction. And after 24 hours, I was home and a little more energy from finally being able to rest my brain. And while it took weeks to heal my physical body from the harshness of the medications they'd given me, do not recommend. While it might have been an upside in that moment after weeks of overthinking and driving myself insane, the now weeks of digestive issues and hives and breakouts and from the meds was not so great. It was the thing that I needed back then to save me from completely getting lost in my 80K looping. Since then, I have much better tools than having to go to hospital and get medication to support me to get out of a loop if and when they happen. And I can usually get out of one myself. And if not, I have my beautiful coaches in close circle who know how to call me on my own BS and into action. And that's the key. And I know people don't want to hear it, but it's action.
It's using our visual rep system more to take new action. Doesn't actually matter what you do in the beginning, just do something different. Anything different, and it will lead to something. And then do something different then to how you would normally do it. I also then use kinesthetic to have compassion for the parts of myself that have been hurting, to give them what they need, love and nurture and kindness, to mother myself through a breakup or a challenge in life rather than needing someone else to do it, which created so much stability and continues to. I use the awareness of the current story, so the data mind and the analysis, to recognize what's holding me back and to flip the script, to create the reframes and the affirmations, to choose again and again and again the new story, which builds the new program. So action from the visual, compassion from the kinesthetic, awareness of the story and how to change it from the data mind is how we start to utilize all of our rep systems to come into more balance and to create a better reality. And if you're prone, like I used to be, to getting stuck for way too long and overthinking and looping and it's driving you up the wall, perhaps it's time to start finding balance between the systems of your beautiful brain. Until next time, choose it, create it, enjoy it. And if you need help with any of this, then come and join us inside LRA or apply anywhere in my online spaces for a chat about how we can work together on this so that you can bounce back quickly and create all the things that you actually want and came here to create. See you next time. So we want to go on a self-love journey, but we hate parts of ourselves. How's that working? So we think consciousness is singular. We've all been given a name that enforces that this is true, that we are a singular thing named, insert your name. And yet consciousness is not singular, however, it's fragmented. We're not just who we are, but we're made up of hundreds or thousands or more parts. One of my mentors describes this as the idea of having a bunch of Siamese twins inside of you. Essentially, we're all very schizophrenic. And the more we could actually admit this to ourselves, the better we can actually do this parts work and come more into union so that we don't lose our minds and get everything that we want. But the Siamese twins idea is that there is always a pair of parts for each desire or need that we might have. And the part that is the highest part of possibility, that has thought of this desire that we have or this thing that we want to create in our life, has an opposing part as well, a Siamese twin, a part that's not wanting you to go there because it's unsafe, it's unknown. And quote unquote negative parts, the parts in opposition, are not bad or wrong. They just may not be aligned to where you're going because they may not have actually been briefed about where you're going. Because remember, we are not one consciousness. We are not one singular thing. We're fragmented. So just because a part of us has decided that we want to create a new life for ourselves, that doesn't mean that all the other fragmented parts of us know that we've decided this and know that we're taking steps and it's going to be uncomfortable and we're going to do it anyway. So it can be coming as a shock, and therefore other parts or the opposing part to the part that has decided it wants to have a great life gets defensive and protective and is seeing life changes that you're making as life-threatening. This opposing part can get really loud and be really convincing to give up or stay the same or do the same behaviors and actions that keep you in the exact same place. It's doing it because this part feels unseen and unsupported and unsafe because it doesn't know what's happening.
And a lot of people say that we want peace, right? And of course, we get to define what peace looks like and feels like for us. And the definition of peace really is all the parts of ourselves starting to work together, including the parts of us that are fear and guilt and grief and sadness and anger and frustration and shame, the parts of us that are bitchy and judgmental, hurt, that don't feel good enough or worthy, maybe that hate on others. These are the things that can come up when we start to go in a new direction. And all of these parts, including the negative, have a high positive intention. They have a positive intention. So yes, even your anger or your fear or your hurt or your judgment has a positive intention, usually to keep you safe or to protect you from the unknown. And yet, can we see how it's not going to be conducive to the parts of you that have a positive intention to create a better life for yourself, to maximize your business, to heal your physical body, to have a beautiful relationship? And so inside my group containers, we start to refer to these parts of ourselves that convince us to not do the thing or convince us to be reactive or behave in negative ways. We call them the ladies in the back seats. So if you imagine that you're in a massive stadium and you're standing on center stage, maybe you're about to sing or dance or just be recognized for something amazing that you've done. And there's these old biddies who are sitting way up in the nosebleed seats, and they've got their big hats on and their glasses of shandy and their awful red lipstick that's over their teeth even. And we don't hate these parts. We actually kind of love them. They're endearing, they're funny, they're beautiful, and they have a high intention for us, but they're yelling out, don't go there. Don't do that thing. It's dangerous. You'll fail. You're not good enough. It's too scary. This person did that and they failed. See, you're not good enough. They're not doing it to be mean. We know that. And we look back at them and it's just like, oh, I love you. I can see the little girl in you that wants to be seen and heard and held. And maybe just, conversed with that, hey, I'm on stage now. We're going in an awesome new direction. It's exciting. It's happening. You guys can just chill and sip your shandy and have a giggle in the back, but I'm doing this thing. I got this. Relax. All humans are acting from highest positive intention for ourselves and sometimes even for others. From families convincing us not to chase our dreams, like the old ladies in the back, they're just trying to protect us from disappointment or failure or judgment. But also even those who abuse. Even those who abuse are actually coming from a highest positive intention, just from terrible programming, because that's probably how they were modeled to connect, how they were modeled to love. It's messed up. And it's always coming from a highest intention, even if we might not understand it from our model of the world. And when we can start to recognize that all parts within us and all parts in others are actually all having a highest positive intention for themselves and for us, and vice versa for us, within all the parts of ourselves, we can start to not be against and hate on parts of ourselves, but to start to bring them into the conversation, to converse with them in the back seats and be like, babes, I've got this, relax, drink your wine. Right? And I laugh with clients all the time about this concept, because before I even learned how to articulate it like I'm teaching today, I used to do this in my apartment day in and day out, conversing with all the different parts of myself. If anyone had been looking in, they would have probably had me committed, because I would have looked like a schizophrenic. And I'm totally okay with it, because it transformed my life. I'm going to now invite you into a beautiful training and process and journey that we did inside the academy recently, for you to follow yourself and to do this parts work with any parts that might be in opposition to the parts of you that want a beautiful outcome in relationships, in business. You can apply it to health and anything in your life where you have a desire, but you feel like there are things that are in opposition. And so if you are currently driving or operating machinery or handling children, you might want to pause this and come back to it later. And you can utilize this process in all the desires that you have.
And so what we're going to do today is we're going to play with a couple of different examples of utilizing the perceptual positions activity when it comes to parts work. So first of all, let's do a relationships one. Consider that you either want to resolve and expand and heal a current relationship, or you're wanting to attract and build a new relationship. So the goal and the desire is to build a healthy, happy relationship. Maybe that's different than anything painful from your past. That's the part of you that believes in it, that's excited about it, that's seen possibility in that knows it's possible, that's going to go after it, that maybe has some action plan to get there, to work on yourself and to work on connecting with others and having conversations with your partner, etc. Then the flip side of the coin is the part that doesn't believe that it's possible. The part that maybe thinks, well, everyone cheats on me, everyone leaves, everyone isn't able to be emotionally available, all the good men are taken, my partner just isn't that kind of person to have a conversation with me and to connect. Whatever that part is for you in the context of relationships is the flip side of the coin. That's the part that will be in opposition to anything that this part does to move towards that desire and that goal. And then there's a third party in this activity. You can call it a higher power, you can call it God, you can call it universe, source, or even just the highest version of yourself that is completely unbiased to both other parts. Can look at them as absolute equals and can see each person's perspective. So I like to think of it as source, universe, God. So firstly, what we do is we're going to associate as the first part, the part that's going after the desire. So maybe this is you. So fully associated as yourself, I want you to imagine that you are sitting opposite the part that you're in conflict with, the part that doesn't believe it, the part that thinks it's going to be really hard or sees all the proof of problems and wants you to give up or just resort to old behaviors that haven't really gotten you where you want to be. You're as you looking at that part. And can you just have a conversation with that part? Allow a conversation to flow out of you, perhaps communicating why you have the desire, what the end goal is and how exciting it's going to be. Maybe some of the steps that you're going to be taking that you know will be uncomfortable. Maybe how you're feeling about going after that desire. Maybe you're excited, but maybe you're also a little scared. What you're actually wanting from the other parts of yourself is support. So you can pause the video at this point and have that conversation and see what comes through. Ask for help. Communicate how you're feeling and where you're going and why. And then we move to step 2. So you're actually going to float up out of yourself, and then you're going to associate and drop into the part that is in opposition of this desire. You are now, as that part, looking back at yourself. What does that part think about what's just been communicated? What is that part feeling? What is that part wanting? Allowing yourself as that part to communicate what you want, what you feel, what you think, and what you need if you're going to come along this journey towards this new goal and desire. Again, you can pause the video and have that conversation. Then we're going to disassociate as that part and float up out and over or next to those two parts.
that are in conflict with each other, that are having this conversation. And as that third party, as that higher consciousness, can you look at both parts? Maybe looking at the part that's in opposition first and share anything that you can see that it might need to know. And the same with the part that is moving towards the desire. Can you share anything that you can see that it might need to know so that both parts can work together better? You can pause the video and share those reflections with each part. Beautiful. And so now we're going to do an example that relates to business, since that is our focus for the month of June. You can also do this when it comes to health goals in any area, really. So apply it as it resonates. So there is a part of you that is building a business. You want to make a full-time income so you can just focus on building that business and helping people through your service. That's the goal. That's the desire. You're super excited about it. Maybe you've got a game plan and things that you're doing. Maybe you're working through RBA right now and doing tasking from me, and it's happening. You're moving towards it, but it's maybe a bit uncomfortable. That's the part. What's the flip side of the coin? What's the part that's in opposition? So that the part that's moving towards the desire is building a business to make a pretty great income so that you can work from home and help people. The part that's in opposition, just for the purpose of today's activity, let's say the part that's in opposition thinks or has a belief that rich people are bad people. And if I become really rich, I'm going to be different from my family. They're going to have more of a problem with me. Or maybe I'll be rejected by more people. Or maybe I'll be targeted by more people. Apply it as it resonates to you. See what comes up for you. So first we're going to associate and drop into the part that's moving towards the desire. Those of you in this space, if you're building a business, building income, you have the pillars, you have the steps, you know what actions you're taking. You hopefully have a vision for the future that you've created in pillar one. So you know what that looks like and feels like and how excited you are about it. Maybe you felt a little bit of resistance to it and you're working on that too. And it's a bit uncomfortable, but it's a bit exciting. Drop into that part and look across. Sitting in front of you is the part that's in opposition. What would you love to communicate with this part that's in opposition? Do you need to let it know about this vision? About the steps that you're going to be taking and the discomfort that might come up? About the story that you might now be choosing, even though this part in opposition might not agree with it? And how you're going to work together in those moments of conflict, of resistance. Communicating how you feel and what you want help with from all parts. So you can pause the video and take as much time as you need. Then we're going to disassociate as the desire part and move into the part that's in opposition. Dropping into that part, fully associated, looking across now at yourself, the part that has the desire, and have a conversation. How are you feeling? Is this part in opposition to the desire? How are you feeling about maybe becoming something that people think are bad? Maybe your family or your partner or your friends think is bad. What are you thinking? What are you feeling? What are you wanting support with along this path, this new path that you're taking together? You can pause the video and have that conversation. Communicate your needs. Communicate what's really going on. And let it flow. And once you're done, you're going to float up out of the partner position and you're going to come into that third party, that higher perspective. When you're ready, you can pause the video again, first looking at the part in opposition to the desire, and communicate anything that you can see that it might be able to do differently or communicate better. Looking at the part that has the desire and do the same thing. And just see what flows through. Knowing that you love both parts equally, and they are both important to moving towards this desired outcome. Pause the video now and do that. Beautiful. We don't want to make any of these parts bad or wrong. We want to bring them on the journey. We want to work with them and have that constant connection, conversation, and co-creation along the way, rather than feeling like, oh, I just keep screwing up or things keep not working out. It's because there's parts in conflict, in opposition, working against, which is filtering through and leaking out as unconscious behaviors or dropping into autopilot, having reactions to things instead of slowing it down and communicating better with the parts of ourselves. And not getting rid of anything or making anything wrong, but recognizing that even these parts that are made up of fear or grief or guilt or sadness, of anger, frustration, bitchiness, judgmentalness, hurt, not feeling good enough, not feeling worthy, being afraid of success. All of these parts have really important, highest intentions for this desire you're moving towards. There is importance in fear. There is importance in anger. There's importance in sadness. There's importance in hurt. There's importance in not feeling good enough, because there's actually a highest intention in these parts. Importance in parts of you that know how to protect you, know how to look out for your best interest, know how to keep you safe, know how to go, hey, maybe don't like go shiny object syndrome and just invest in 20 million things. Let's slow it down a little bit and really look at things. Maybe not going shiny object syndrome in relationships and just going for the thing that makes me feel really good in the moment. Go, hold on. Would I want to be with this person if I wasn't making love to them? Right? Would I want to be with this person for the next 50 years of my life exactly as they are if they never change? Right? There is importance in these parts of us that we call negative. So we don't want to remove them because we need parts of them. We need their highest intention. What we want to do is to integrate that highest intention part of that part so that it works with the part of us that's going after the thing we desire. And they work in unison. They work in peace. They work together. So you can go back to those little practices and use that as a guide anytime you are setting a new goal and maybe you're being faced with your letting in process, and spending some time with any parts of you that are in opposition to the part of you that's going after the desire. Have that connection, have that communication, map out how those parts are going to work together. If you would like further help with this, to work with not only the parts, but to start to bring the desire into reality, then you can apply for a chat anytime. And until next time, choose it, create it, enjoy it, really enjoy it. And if you need help with this, come and join us inside the Lovely Radical Academy. Hello, everyone, and welcome to another episode
Today, we're going to be talking about something that's come up a lot within the memberships lately, and it's all about inner child healing. This is a common phrase that you will hear in spirituality and self-development and all over the internet these days. And we're going to talk about it because there's a lot of that being done quite terribly when it comes to this concept. And it seems to be why so many people aren't getting the results in the now that they want by doing inner child work. And recently I did a talk about this inside my membership, Lovely Radical Academy, and I broke it down into 3 sections of actionable work that you can do right now. And so before we get into those today, I want to ask you a question. Why do you think you need to heal your inner child? Why do you think you need to heal your inner child? Is this because you vividly know and remember that you had a horrific upbringing and you don't want to repeat that or pass it on to your children? Is it because someone told you that you need to do inner child healing, or you scrolled past some videos that told you that you won't get this outcome if you don't do this healing? Is it because you don't like how you believe you were raised and it's meant that you haven't gotten the life that you want now, or you're making it mean that? What is your reason for pursuing something like inner child healing? Number one concept that we're going to go through is, on the back of that question, when did you decide you needed to heal? I did a great masterclass earlier this year called Heal. And in it, we broke down what healing really is in day-to-day reality. And it's not what most of the healing world will tell you either. If you are in the current belief that you need to heal something, I ask you first, what broke you? How specifically did it break you? When did you decide you needed to fix something that was apparently broken? Compared to what or to whom? Right? Perhaps you were yelled at all through your childhood, and now you are quick to do the same in your personal relationships, yielding unwanted outcomes. Perhaps you were abandoned by your mother or your father, and you never had a healthy male or female role model. So now you have maybe an avoidant attachment style, which is stacking shame in you and therefore hurting those that you do care for, because it leaks through your behaviors from that place of shame. Perhaps your parents fed you McDonald's and Coca-Cola all your life, and now you have chronic health issues that are really challenging to find a solution for. Perhaps you never had enough money, and this seems to be because your family were always poor and had, bad stories around money or issues with people with money. So for what purpose have you decided that your inner child was wronged or broken by others' beliefs or behaviors or programs? And what is the outcome you're wanting for doing something about this? A lot of this inner child healing world focuses on how parents or teachers or figures that we learned from have wronged us by whatever they did or said or modeled for us. And yes, I get it. If you were beaten your whole life, it's awful. And even in that case, the parent is unfortunately doing the best that they could with whatever had been modeled to them in their childhood. Remember, it's only in recent years that we have come into this awareness as a society that these programs can be identified and changed. No parent or person in our past was ever handed a rule book of how to be the most amazing person so that you could specifically grow up to be perfect. There is no rule book. And we are now only starting to have the space and the time and the access to information to recognize how unconscious we have been in the past. And we're starting to consciously change that. The problem occurs when this inner child healing rhetoric acts as an against towards the people who formed the person that you are and have been until this moment. Without the contrast of being taught to be one way that you now don't want to be, which has created outcomes in your life that you no longer want, you would never know how to create a life that you do want, how you do want to be, how you want to model to your children, how you'd like them to be, so that it's different and yields a different outcome. So now that you know what you think you need to heal from, I'm going to ask you, did it break you? Or did it actually gift you with the awareness that you can be the one who changes it? Did it break you, or did it actually provide the awareness to form you, to inform and form the person that you are going to become, who creates better outcomes for you and for those who come after you? All right, now we can really get into it. Number 2, can you recognize the feeling that you think you need to heal now? And ask, where did I first learn that? So I'm going to say it again. Can you recognize the feeling that you think you need to heal? And ask, where did I first learn that? So what is the unwanted feeling that you've been feeling that makes you want to, or think that you should, heal your inner child, or heal in any way, shape, or form? Can you identify that feeling, that state that you might get into? Can you sit with that feeling? Can you communicate with yourself in that feeling? And ask, when did I first learn to feel this feeling? Was it childhood? Was it passed down through generations? Heck, it might have even been past life. We find all sorts of things in the unconscious mind in the work that I do with my clients. Your unconscious mind actually stores all of this information about your emotions and feelings and programs in relation to time, all through time and the timeline that you've come from. Lifetimes, generations, and your life now. And if you start to communicate with it, you can learn where it's really come from. And can you let yourself sit in a difficult state or emotion, wherever it might have come from? Can you practice compassion for yourself and others in that experience? God forbid, forgiveness at some stage. Doing the best they could with the unconscious programs that they had when they taught it to you, perhaps. The pains that they were carrying while having to survive wars and financial crises and moving across the world with no support, all sorts of things that our parents and their parents and their parents were navigating without any of this information that we now have, that you can actually change the program and change your state and experiencing something different. Right? Can you even associate as other people? And what I mean by this is, can you allow yourself to come out of your experience of the state that you're in now, or an experience that you've had unwanted at some stage? Can you come out of your experience of that and drop into the other person's body and experience it as them, to recognize what they might have been feeling? We have the ability to do this, and it can change so much of the energy in an unwanted experience in our past or in our present. What were their intentions that they might have been moving for, that maybe are different from your assumed perception of the situation? Right? You see, emotion is energy. It cannot be removed or destroyed, but it can be changed and transformed. This is the definition of alchemy. the best way to do this is to step out of the blame game, which is something that I teach my clients. And I did a great podcast on it earlier this year. And look at the situation from other perspectives. Gift that memory or that imprint with new energies. This is called emotional change, and it's one of the most transformative spiritual works that can be done in our consciousness. And it's one of the practices that I utilize in my private work with my clients. And so I'm going to ask you again, can you recognize that feeling or that state in the now that you think you need to heal from, and actually spend some time with it and utilize some of the things that I just shared? And then the third is I think it's the most important, because this is the thing that so many of us don't really sit with. And maybe you will once you've done step 2. Can you ask what in the now, in the 3D, today, sucks, that's making you think you need to heal your inner child? There are things that are just happening in your life that suck, that are making you think you need to heal in order to stop those things from sucking. Maybe you're not attracting the money that you want. Maybe there's never enough money at the end of the month. Maybe your relationship's falling apart, or you can't attract a good relationship. Maybe your health's not great. Maybe you don't like the person you see in the mirror. What is the thing in the 3D that actually sucks, that's making you think you need to heal something that's broken to magically change that 3D experience? Can you start to ask, how is that thing that's happening in reality happening through my day-to-day actions? What strategies could be followed to change the current circumstances through new actions and beliefs and stories? Because at the end of the day, it's actually never about our inner child. It's beautiful work to do, to spend time with the part of you that wasn't, quote unquote, treated the way that you should have been, even though no one was handed a rule book. We were handed the opportunity of contrast to know what we don't want and what we do want to become. It's about what we aren't getting in the now that we actually want. You know, we might mask it with, oh, I need to heal for this reason. I need to transform my lineage. But really, it's because we want something to be better now. Right? Can we admit that? We want the money now. We want the partner now. We want the home now. We want the better job now. When you can own that, the thing that you actually want to be better in the now, then it stops becoming about what's magically been broken that I need to now magically heal and fix, and then my whole life will just magically become better. It's not how it works. It works through looking at what we're actually wanting to get out of any of these pursuits in the now, in the 3D reality. And so much of that is due to the stories and the beliefs that have been passed down and passed on automatically, that inform how we behave and allow things to happen, or co-create them through our habits, which we are in complete control of changing. So rather than taking a good look at all of our problems and breaking them down and seeing like how we might have been broken or damaged in the past, and that's the reason that we don't have enough money, or that's the reason why we never look the way that we want to, can we start to break them down in the sense of, what am I doing right now, day to day? Or what knowledge do I not have to create a better outcome so that I could learn it and apply it and take new actions now in order to get a new result in the now? Because everything that we want, whether it's money, health, partner, home, whatever, anything that we want is not actually because of getting the thing that we want. It's how we're going to feel, or how we think we're going to feel when we get the physical thing. And so firstly, we can start spending more time in whatever that feeling is that we want, because we already have so much in our lives now that we could cultivate enough of that. But then looking at all the ways that we're not doing the actions or behaviors or habits to create the outcome that's different to the past, and start creating new simple strategies for that. This is the huge reason why I have the pillars inside the academy, that all break it down into simple steps to get an outcome that you want in the now. And the weird magical thing is the more that people just look at their money, their relationship, their mindset, maybe their business practices, their health, and go, oh, I didn't know that, I could change that. Oh, I'm not organizing that, I could change that. Oh, I'm not having that difficult communication with my partner, I could change that. They heal, quote unquote, heal. Right? This is where the magic lies. Because at the end of the day, it's never about healing something that was broken. It's about becoming something different for something unwanted to get a better outcome than what we're currently getting in our life. And you have complete control over that. You can't control what might have happened to you in your childhood, or all the things that might have actually made you feel like you were broken to pieces. But you do have complete control over the day-to-day things that you do now that are either continuing to create the life that you have, or could create a totally different reality. It's pretty hard for us to create the changes that we want in money and relationships and health and life without knowing the better actions to take, especially if we've come from a line where they were terrible with money, or they ate McDonald's every day, you know, or they always yelled and screamed at each other and never actually showed any kind of what we would now define love to be, even though all of these behaviors could be construed as love, depending on the person's programming. When there's no clear blueprint, the brain will always go for what's easy. And what's easy is blame, is trying to heal something through some magical process, or just falling back into automatic programs or stories or habits that have been passed on to us, which are helping to create the unwanted things in our day-to-day. And so I'm going to ask you, what would you do differently right now? How could you think differently? How could you act differently? How could you spend your time differently? How could you organize your life differently? How could you communicate differently in order to create a better outcome in the now? Could you create spaces and times to sit with the states that you're not enjoying and ask, where have they actually come from? Can I have compassion and forgiveness for the fact that I've learned that? And now that that is part of me, I can now start to explore its opposite. Can I ask, why am I looking for some magical thing to heal something that's not even broken, rather than seeing it as an opportunity to form and inform who I'd really like to become, who gets these outcomes and these outcomes and these outcomes instead? So I always am sharing, be mindful not to get caught up in all the marketing and the practices that feel really good in the moment and sound really great in marketing, but don't necessarily show tangible, specific results in day-to-day life that you want. Take the action that creates real change. That's where real healing and magic happens. If you want to watch the Heal Masterclass, it's linked down below, or it will be, or you can find it in the bio links wherever you're watching this video. You can always come and build out your own blueprint with me inside Lovely Radical Academy. And not only will this mean that you heal your inner child in ways that actually works, but you'll do a whole lot more than that, as my clients, of course, will agree to. And until next time, remember, you can choose it. You always choose it. Create it. And actually let yourself enjoy it, because that energy is magnetic for more. And if you need help with this, come and join us inside LRA or come for a chat in my DMs anytime. See you next. Hello, everyone. Today's episode is going to be a spicy one, and it's a topic that is finally being talked about in some areas of the mainstream, although you probably won't hear too much about it because it's the things that people don't want to hear. And as always, the parts of the work that we resist are usually the most beneficial and the most transformative and the most fast tracking work that we can do if we want to transform our reality, improve our situation in relationships, in finances, in health. So strap in if you're game, and I will hopefully see you all the way through to the end of this chat about narcissists, empaths, and codependents, and how they're all actually narcissistic. So narcissism, let's break it down. The act of narcissism is someone thinking about their best interests in a way that's against somebody else. Becoming so obsessed with what we need from a situation, how we need to feel safe, how we need to control, whether it's conscious or unconscious, and it's acting against someone else. It's a zero-sum game. It's the definition of narcissism at the end of the day. And if we really want to eradicate the negative impacts of narcissism in our society, the key is to actually disengage from those who hurt us, who may have done things against us in their best interests, and turn our attention to ourselves without being against anyone else. It's natural to blame. We live in a society that loves to blame and gossip, and people get a little bit confused when I say we love it. Your brain loves it. Our society encourages blame and being against somebody else as a way to cope with the hard experiences of life. But it's actually almost like a social currency to be against somebody else, to blame someone for hurting us or doing something against our best interests. We see it on the news. We see it in reality TV shows, even the ones that are supposed to be like experiments that are being run by psychologists and a team of people. It's concerning, the programming that's coming from that space. And then we all do it. And when we do blame and gossip and talk against others, we're actually releasing happy hormones in our brain. And so the brain starts to go, okay, well, the more I do that behavior, the more I feel that release. So I'm just going to keep doing that. And insert the society we have. It's a really hard habit to break. It can be really hard to break out of the behavior that is so common and encouraged. It's not your fault. You did nothing wrong. You're the good person. Let's say all these horrible things together against this other person. It creates tribe. It hits all of the human needs to engage in that behavior. And yet, you'll notice that communities that do engage in that, either quietly or loudly, aren't exactly creating healthy, happy relationships and scenarios in their own lives. And of course, the power of having compassion for those who hurt you might be so out of your ability to access that possibility that you might want to punch me through the screen for even suggesting it right now. If you want to transform pain and hurtful things that happened in the past, where others maybe were against you, into something extraordinary, then you want to listen to the next few things I'm going to suggest. So lean in. Number one, let's break this down. We attract what we are being and what we're believing. And so if we're choosing to be so self-obsessed with how we were hurt, who hurt us, and how specifically they hurt us and what labels we scream at them from now on, that behavior in and of itself is for the purpose of supporting ourselves against another, to make ourselves feel safe, seen, heard, validated in what we experienced. It's natural, and you won't want to stay there, or you risk becoming the very thing that you don't want to attract again. We risk becoming the very person who is acting in their own best interests against us when we start to do exactly that, but under the guise of being supported in community to do so. We don't move towards forgiveness of the other because they necessarily deserve it. We move towards forgiveness of the other because you deserve the peace and the manifestations that will come out of you doing so. So can you recognize all the things that you might need to detach from to stop you from being the very manifestation of my best interests against somebody else? Do you need to preface with those in your life that you no longer want to blame or complain or talk about it in this against way anymore, so that you get accountability? If you do start talking about it, they're like, hey, remember, you don't want to talk about that? I said to a client recently, we can create a game when you go into creating that conversation against someone else. Maybe there's a code word that you guys call each other out on, or a way to change the subject where you both go, oh, that's right, we're not doing that anymore. We're releasing all of that energy around that thing. Creating strategies like this will create a shift in the vibration and the energy. Do you need to remove yourself from all these victim groups? Notice that if you join groups or communities where they're all talking about the good person who was hurt against the narcissist, against the gaslighter, against the liar, against the betrayer, against the abuser, you'll notice that no one in those communities is actually cultivating healthy, happy dynamics in their relationships. What is happening is feeling safe and seen and heard and having some kind of validation for what you went through. Yes, sure. And that can be powerful for a moment. However, staying in those kind of communities, you run the risk of your whole reality being framed by fear, by, I now have to be afraid of someone using a certain tone because that person said that means that they're a narcissist. The amount of limiting beliefs and statements that are imprinting onto people who are engaging in communities and groups that are the good person who was hurt against the evil person is the best way I know to set yourself up to repeat that pattern and that program in a new person, in a new relationship, than anything else. So if you prefer to attract something better next time, do you need to remove yourself from these conversations, these groups, and these communities that are all banded together in pain and against someone else? Do you need to clean up your social media feed of all the videos that you've been engaging with that were maybe educating you and making you feel safe and seen and heard and validated for your experience in that moment? Because of course, if we've clicked on anything or hovered on anything, the algorithm is just going to feed you more and more and more. And every single time you see something come up that is perhaps talking about the fear or installing a limiting belief about a certain type of person and how to be afraid of them or be wary of them, that is actually just framing your reality in a really bad way, every time you might see one of these things, it just pulls you into that fear energy again, reactivates what you went through that happened in the past. Even videos and posts that you can see with the emotional music in the background, talking about betrayal trauma, or this person has done this to you and you didn't deserve it. Like, it all is very validating in the moment and it feels good to your brain. However, again, it's pulling you straight back into the program that limits you. Create strategies to let it out somewhere in a safe, closed environment, healthy environment, whether you work with a coach or a mentor or a therapist, or do this alone. Create a safe space where you can let out all of the workings of your mind around the situation, especially if it is super fresh or super loud. I love practices like brain dumping, where as soon as you wake up, you literally roll over, grab the pen, and just every yucky thing that is in your mind about the situation, the person, anything that happened, let it come out onto a page exactly as it is in your mind. And then go and burn that piece of paper and release it for the day until the next day if you need to. And start getting onto your list of creating the life that you actually want and the tangible steps that you could be taking right now to create and cultivate a whole new life. Let it out somewhere closed and safe and healthy, where it's not going to be engaged in gossip, where it's not going to be turned into a whole massive victim story of you against someone else's best interests. And then start taking steps towards the person you want to be and the life you want to cultivate. The next layer of this, screaming about narcissists and hating on them only creates more of them. Because an unhealthy narcissist, yes, there is healthy and unhealthy narcissism. Every single human at the core is self-serving, whether you want to admit it or not. And those who don't admit it are the most worrisome of all. Because when we can't admit our capability for negative or dark behaviors, we're not allowing ourselves to see a whole side of ourselves that's there, which means that we have no strategy, no filter, no ability to slow down and do things in a healthy way. When we're activated or triggered, we'll go to unhealthy, against behaviors, which creates more of that in the world. An unhealthy narcissist has usually been through hell in their childhood, in their life. Perhaps they're carrying trauma from all sorts of past lives and past generations with no support around them to do things any differently. This has led them to do the behaviors that they do. And then when the world reacts against them, and I mean the world starts to react against them, whole communities band together, whole tribes are against them. And most of what they're doing is just what was modeled to them as how you do things. They've potentially not got any reference point for doing things differently, and so they don't. And when the whole world reacts against them, what's happening is they're just getting more confirmation that they're shit, they're unworthy, the world's an awful place, so why should they even try to be any better? So why would they? This creates more of them, right? You never have to see the person who hurt you again. However, you can choose to turn your attention away from screaming labels and blame and go and create yourself a beautiful life. Move towards compassion, move towards forgiveness for doing what they did and what they were capable of doing with the awful programming that they were taught. At least you're not them, right? at least you have awareness and know you can change. Imagine having no awareness. Imagine being so lost in toxic programming. Imagine having no reference point for it being any better. So why would you try? It's a pretty hopeless space, right? At least you're not them. So why add more horrible to their plate? Do you want to be that person? Do you want to become the very thing that was against you in the first place? It will work magic on your life if you choose to turn away and work on yourself. It's the only way, if you really don't want there to be this behavior in the world, if you really don't like that people behave this way, then ensure that you don't become the very thing against them. Imagine if we could choose compassion, as we can. Imagine if we could choose turning away and not blaming and hating against someone because we can. You just don't get that quick hit and that confirmation of being part of a tribe by doing so. But you do get happiness and peace and joy and better people magnetizing into your life. Can you be a big enough person to drop into that person's experience, to learn or recognize how they are doing the best they can with horrid programming they got? When we do this, we not only release resistance to that person, which they feel as something different to what they are used to being treated as, or rejected as, or pushed away as. And even that can light a path that there is a better way, that they could show up better and differently so that they don't do this to other people. But we change how we view and process the world by doing this, which means we'll be less likely to have issues in the future relationships when we aren't focusing all of our energy on how everyone who does certain behaviors or acts in certain ways are horrible. Because what we focus on is what our brain is going to find more evidence of in the world. And our brain sometimes finds evidence in relationships or friendships or situations of these horrible things from teeny tiny tidbits of data and information from the person in front of you, even if that's not what's happening at all. This is one of the biggest things that breaks down new relationships, is that if we've chosen to focus so much of our energy against our ex, against the people who hurt us, against the parents who might have traumatized us, when we've been so in that bubble of against for our best interests to feel safe, to feel validated, to feel supported, to feel seen in what we went through, then the brain is going to do anything it can to find evidence of that still existing, even if you come into a beautiful, healthy relationship. And every person who stops adding to this fire that is all the nice people who were hurt against the vicious narcissists, the more the issue will dissipate. Can you choose to heal for you and for them? And that healing won't be encouraged by a lot of these communities, which is why step one is to remove yourself from the bubble, from the echo chamber of pain, and create a sanctuary around yourself so that you can create space to move forward. And the third part of this is a couple of questions that you can ask yourselves as an anchor. Because while we can create a really great new space for us to do this work, there's always going to be someone who wants to have that toxic conversation, to talk about blame and to shame that person because maybe you've done it with them in the past. And each of those moments can be an opportunity to pull you back into the old self, into the old program, into the thing that's only going to keep you limited and stuck. So these questions can be powerful to re-anchor yourself as you create this new belief system, this new program, this new behavior that you get to do to improve your life, and to start reducing the amount of this bad behavior that's happening in the world, if you choose to be that powerful, because you are. Am I doing this for me that will also benefit all involved? Or am I doing this for me with no care or consideration of what it does to others? We call this checking ecology. I'm going to repeat it again. Am I doing this for me that will also benefit all I'm involving? Or am I doing this for me with no care or consideration of what it does to others? I said to a therapist once, what if I'm the narcissist? To which she said, you aren't, because the narcissist would never ask that. This is a common line said in the traditional psychology world, which I found strange. Actually, I found very validating in the moment and thought I was the amazing person who'd done nothing wrong. But it turns out I became more and more suicidal doing that kind of therapy than ever before, because it doesn't work. Because it simply is validating the empath or the codependent in being the good one. Except what I was doing at the time was everything against him or them to make me feel like I was always the good one, to feel safe, to feel validated, self-serving against another. Of course I was a narcissist. Of course a narcissist would ask that, because it's the definition of thinking of my best interests. Looking at all the ways I was being a narcissist consciously and unconsciously was the thing that changed everything, because I got to recognize the healthy and unhealthy version that narcissism shows up in all of our lives. For example, empaths and codependents, both of which I used to be, are the definition of covert narcissism. But society mummies us and tells us that we are the good ones and we shouldn't have to go through what we did, and it was not fair, and we did nothing wrong and they did everything wrong, only we played a part in creating it and allowing it. We co-created whatever it was that happened with uncommunicated expectations that we turned into projected disappointment. We claim to care about others, but at the core, we'll turn against them if they disappoint us, or if they don't follow through on their word, because we want to be seen as the good one or the nice one, which is the definition of self-serving. And here's the kicker. That's okay. It's actually a protection mechanism. However, we can do that in a far healthier way that's not against anyone else. Humans are all narcissists, and people hate when I say that, and when other spiritual and self-development teachers say these things, because we don't want to hear that we're the thing that we've just been screaming against someone else. If we have. If we didn't have the ability to activate this behavior, we wouldn't survive very long. It's natural that we want to do things and create outcomes that make us feel good or better. It's when we're doing it at the expense of someone else, against someone else, that destroys lives. It's when we become the very thing that hurt us, but under the guise of being a victim, being the one who was hurt, who did nothing wrong. creating no responsibility, which creates no power or control for you. The most incredible thing you will ever do is ask, how did I co-create this in my life? How did I play a part to make it happen and to allow it to continue, so that I can recognize the parts of me that I can shift, that I can show up differently, so I can talk differently and think differently and feel differently and behave differently to create a different result next time, while not being against whatever happened. It happened. It happened. You can't change it, and you can use it. Not only will being against, in this against energy, bring more of the things that you don't want from relationships, but it will attract you into communities that are unhealthy, that just feed into this blame narrative while claiming to be the good ones. I was part of them for ages, until I realized that there was no end game. So I created my own. And I don't know if you know this about your unconscious mind, aside from the fact that it runs pretty much the majority of what happens in your day-to-day life without you even realizing. Your unconscious mind doesn't separate you from anyone else. This also reflects in the universal law of oneness. We're all actually connected to each other energetically. The mind takes everything we think and say about anyone personally. So you might have cleared up all of your self-talk and have a great self-love process and look at yourself in the mirror and say your affirmations, and bad stuff's still happening. You're like, I don't know why, I'm such a good person, I do all the right things, but I say awful things about my ex. I'm in groups where we hate on narcissists and we hate on all these people who do bad behaviors. Your unconscious mind is processing that as self-talk. Your unconscious mind is processing that as self-programming, creating a reality in your mind which finds evidence of that in your physical reality of that. So being against another human being means you're against yourself, and you're programming yourself to be against yourself, which forms and shapes your reality and your relationships and your environment and everything you see evidence of. It's a hard word, and it's hard work, and it's the work that many hate when we start it. And yet it's always the key to fast track through whatever it is that ails you. It's the key for each and every one of my clients and friends and family, and the breakthroughs that they have had in all aspects of their life over the years. And of course, mine. Quick story. One of my biggest breakthroughs was also one of the most horrible and challenging that I've ever navigated in my mind and in my life. I was seeing someone for a while who was very great at presenting a certain version of self to me. We even had at-length conversations about exclusivity and what we both needed and wanted and how we were going to spend time together in the future and all the good things. It seemed like I'd done the work and it was all going really well. Unfortunately, it turned out that a lot of the things we talked about were in one ear, out the other for him. I came out of the scenario feeling torn to pieces mentally and physically, jumping to conclusions and going, well, he was gaslighting me. He was a narcissist. He was lying to my face. I went deep into that shadow, and there was an opportunity to join all the groups and scream to the world about how he was this horrible person who did these horrible things. And while his behavior sucked, and it wasn't great, and it doesn't excuse it, I asked myself the question, if I think that he's a liar, how am I also lying? So I've somehow attracted this and co-created it. If I think that he was gaslighting me, where do I gaslight? We can only be gaslit if we're already in some way gaslighting ourselves. How am I a narcissist? This is when I finally asked myself the question. I dumped the psychologist and started doing the real work, which created huge shifts in the space of weeks instead of the 1.5 years that I spent in monthly therapy, becoming more and more suicidal. How was I lying? I was lying to myself and going against my very loud intuition. While the smokescreen of the experience sitting in front of me was beautiful and all the things I'd ever wanted in a relationship, my intuition knew. I saw certain red flags. I even remember hearing things come out of my mouth that I was like, wait, I shouldn't have said that because I feel more than that. I want more than that. I was lying to myself. How was I gaslighting? I was gaslighting myself. For anyone who is a secure attached person, so if you've done your attachment styles, there are many different types, and I'm a secure attached from the beautiful model that I've had from a great family. And unfortunately, it has its downsides because I gaslight myself into believing that people are going to follow through on their word, not considering that they might have a totally different attachment style to me and have different behaviors and installations of what relationships are in many different ways. I just assume and tell myself and gaslight myself that it's going to be amazing, even when the signs start to show that it's not. Which leads to uncommunicated expectations, which leads to disappointment, which leads to projection on the person who didn't even know that there was all of this expectation on them. Everyone can be toxic, even the ones who have secure attachment. How is I being a narcissist? Am I making this huge, horrible thing that he's just done to me all about my best interests? How could this happen to me? I'm the nice one. I'm the one who communicated. I'm the one who went above and beyond. I'm the one who assumed the best in him no matter what, who gave the benefit of the doubt, who trusted the words. How dare this awful person do this to me? Definition of narcissism. Making it all about me and my best interests against this person that I'm now going to deem to be awful. How dare this person do this to me? Well, why not me? Who else would I suggest it to be done to? At least now I know how to alchemize it. I turned that experience into my first multiple six-figure income in my business. I now know how to move through shadow without becoming an addict or a horrible person to others. Isn't it better that it happened to me so that I could choose to transform it, to alchemize it, to walk myself through it so I can now help others? So I invite you, if you've been brave enough and bold enough to get to this point of the transmission, to ask yourself, if I'm so against people who are narcissists, how am I being obsessed with myself, with what happened to me, what was done to me, what wasn't done to me, by someone who I'm now making out to be the bad guy? How can I take the heat off them? Not because they deserve it, but because I deserve to be happy. How can I quit the labels, the groups, the communities, the viral emotional videos that validate my experience, and look at myself? How can I be for me and for the greater good of all, including that person that hurt me? Can you do it? It's the hardest work that you'll ever do. And yet I promise you, it will be the best thing you ever did. I'd love to hear how this landed for you, if you were able to receive it. I'm excited to connect with you all on the next topic, and I'll see you all next time. How wanting to die made me finally live and love and thrive. Oof. Confucius said, we have two lives. And the second begins when we realize we only have one. And in 2017, I started contemplating ending my life. I actually made one of my first YouTube videos about it a year later and shared what had happened. I remember when I released that video, instead of support and praise, instead of people checking on me or seeing if I was okay or seeing it as brave or courageous, the majority of people in my world stopped talking to me. Stopped calling me, even started gossiping about me. And for whatever reason, I was probably very disassociated, as it took a few years for me to really come out of those ideations. And yet, for whatever reason, I used this response from them as inspiration to learn and learn and learn and learn and learn about human behavior, about emotional suppression, about avoidance, about the body and the mind, everything from gut health to the power of the story that we tell and the words that we speak, right? But let's backtrack for a moment. It was the day after my 30th birthday. I had just spent 3 weeks in Bali. I thought I was starting some kind of relationship with a gorgeous man I'd met in a very fated way. I was in the best physical shape of my life. I felt healthy and excited. And I'd been encouraged to throw myself a birthday that most of my closest friends didn't show up to in the end. And that night I drank a lot of alcohol, even though I wasn't drinking much in those days. I woke up to a message from the guy saying he wasn't interested in having any kind of relationship with me. And I remember walking around my little apartment that morning so hungover in my new purple bikini, crying so hard I was not able to breathe properly, and catching glimpses of myself in the mirror looking really, really amazing. And thinking, how the heck have I been single for almost a decade? How the heck have I just been rejected again? How did I get here? And the haze of the poison from the alcohol was disconnecting me so much from myself that I felt like my soul was no longer in my body. I, at this time, had been sharing self-development and things I'd been learning for about a year. And even though I was pretty distraught on this day, I was always thinking about doing more of and applying more of the self-development that I've been doing. And yet in this moment, it was like I couldn't remember anything I'd learned to apply it. And that really scared me. I remember slipping to the floor in the kitchen and thinking, which is going to be worse or easier? Doing it right here in the kitchen with something in one of those drawers, or swimming out as far as I could into the ocean? Which of those options was going to be easier on my friends and my family? When would anyone even notice that I was gone? I reached out for help that day and no one wanted to be around me in this state. I got a lot of, let's hang out when you feel better responses from multiple people. And I kept coming back to, maybe I should just do it.
Luckily, I get really stuck in overthinking, which is probably the thing that saved me, even though I'm now a recovering overthinker and I teach others how to do so as well. Because on that day, hours passed, and at one point I pulled out my pen and paper and I wrote a poem. I don't know where I got the idea from, but I wrote words of strength, of choosing to stay, even though the poem was pretty somber. And I knew that I needed a picture to go with it. This is how my mind works, even in these moments. And for years at this point, I'd been setting up my camera to capture pictures of me for years, because I never had anyone with me to take them for me, to share online and share what I was learning and share inspiration and share self-development. And so on this day, I went into my empty spare room of the apartment and set up the camera and thought, well, what should I do? I don't want to show my face. I've been blubbering, crying all day. I'm still crying so hard that it hurts. And so, still in my purple bikini, I crouched on the floor and curled up in a ball. I remember the video that I took of that moment to screenshot an image was about 10 minutes long, because once I got in that position, I cried even harder. And in the image, you can even notice that my sides and my back are heaving and aching. And I realized that I couldn't take my life. Like so many women that I know and have talked to since about this, I knew that I could never do that to so many people that I did care for, people who would be impacted by my action for the rest of their lives. In the haze of the poisonous alcohol lifting more now, I felt my soul starting to come back into my body. That glimmer of a reminder of the strength that I had built over the last few years. But still, that morning had been terrifying. How could I move forward now? I'd never come that close to leaving before. I'd never even entertained the idea of actually going there and wanting it so bad. And now I was here. None of the problems had changed or been resolved, but I had a little bit more energy to get up off the floor. I remember I spent that evening assessing how I got there and thought, okay, no more alcohol. Time to step back from maybe giving so much to all these friendships that weren't capable of giving back where they were at. Time to learn and turn a lot of the things that I was doing off and only fill my body and my mind with things that would be beneficial, from foods, drinks, to information. And over the next 6 months, I remember devoting so much of my time, any moment that I had, to this process. In this time, all of my friends fell away. I stuck with it. I pretty much only listened to podcasts from the OG, Tony, Abraham Hicks. I only spoke with my family. I taught yoga to those who came along. It was a pretty isolating time. I spent time with new people from time to time, completely sober. And I decided I wanted to find a way to help people in more of a way than teaching them yoga, as is what I had been doing up until that point. But I wanted to work for myself online, to be healthy and heal my relationship hurts so that I would be an amazing wife and mother one day who doesn't pass on as many toxic patterns. Of course, we're never going to get it right in parenting, and we can do our best. I had no idea what I was going to do or how, but I started following the hints and the crumbs that I started noticing because of that space that I created, because of that decision to get up off the floor, because things got that bad. Now, I remember that New Year's, I walked out of a bar just after midnight, completely sober, having bumped into and then walked away from the guy who had rejected me months earlier, I looked incredible. I felt incredible. And I went for a post-midnight swim in the ocean, sober and alone. And I felt something insanely powerful and magical was taking hold of me, that my life would never be the same after that. What I didn't know about is something I remind my clients of a lot, is that sometimes what we're asking for, we're not ready to let in yet. And what we get first is the letting in process. And my letting in process would take the next few years. I thought I'd already been through hard stuff at that point. I had no idea how many more challenges I would learn I could overcome. I would have these thoughts of ending it a number of times again after that moment. Only each time I knew that I wouldn't actually go there. I knew it eventually would pass. I knew how I had come to a point and ability to even consider those, because it was usually alcohol related or not taking the actions towards where I wanted to be. And whatever was happening that was bringing them to the surface was coming from within me, which meant I did have complete control. And anytime they did happen, I knew that it meant that I could have an even bigger breakthrough than any of the ones before. I know now how much things like immune health and hormone health and gut had to do with this low thinking, and how much the awful programming from society that's experimented on our generation was leading me to create many unwanted situations in relationships or friendships and finances and health. I knew enough not to blame anything for those programs that we have been installed with, but to turn it around and ask, how can I change them? And during this process, there was shock from so much grief and fear, and a lot of this isn't fair along the journey of realizing how much I had to change in order for me to get the life I decided I wanted, how much I had to change when I thought I was pretty great as I was. And I was, and we can get so much better. And again, I would choose to swallow my pride and my ego and evolve who I was to get new outcomes. And even when no one around me seemed to have to do the same work, even though I'm sure people do in all their own ways, even when no one who hurt me seemed to be having challenges like I had, of course, they always do. You just don't usually get to see it. It was years of pushing and dragging myself off floors, years of trial and error when no one was really talking about this stuff, that I was learning and applying it and watching it work. Tens of thousands of hours spent on health and education and growth. Tens of thousands of dollars spent on health and education and growth instead of having a life like everyone else my age. And anytime I tried to go, screw it, I don't need to do this work, I can be normal. I can just go to a party and get a normal apartment and fill it with nice things and go out on dating apps and ignore this personal development thing. Well, that's when I got a real brick to the head. If I attempted this for too long, something would always happen so radically that I would have no choice but to do what I did in 2017 and create a massive overhaul and laser focus on doing the work. And so what if your life is hard because you can have a life that's 10 times better than what you have? It's hard to create a driver to do something about it. Almost as if there's an invisible team of people tasked with helping us keep on track for this ultimate goal. That's what it felt like for me during this time. This is why I wanted to tell this story. Because
I would love nothing more than to be normal most of the time. And I know I hear this from so many women who do this work, but we're not. We're weird and odd. I'm calm and chaos. I feel so deeply that it makes a lot of people uncomfortable and show their deepest shadows sometimes. And I'm a brave leader who knows how to help people create transformations like I have. I wonder if you can too. Because after all, I had no idea what or how I was going to create a life of freedom back then. No idea. That desire was born out of one of my darkest days, as desires usually are. What I did was I followed the thread and kept following it and created space to follow it. I started a wellness business, which not only helped me heal my chronic health issues, but also I started seeing how I could build income online and learning about it. I learned about money. I spent thousands of hours learning so many skills. I learned how to build websites and branding and do sales, and I studied relationships and communication. I learned how to reprogram my own brain and other people's who are willing. You have to be willing, right? Things that we could have been taught about in school, but we weren't. All of this was helping me make sense of the world as well, which was helping me be calmer and more at peace with the things that had happened and anything that would happen after. And then I started helping people meet their soulmates and heal and build beautiful relationships and marriages. I was helping people to heal their health issues like I had. I was helping people to make better strategies for their money, designing out new businesses for amazing healers and teachers and artists who have skills that now serve the world. I learned to invest in growth. I invested so much into becoming a coach I am now proud to be, and not just a cheerleader, as a friend of mine asked if that's what I did recently. No. But someone who understands the mind and our language and the unconscious and how to recognize people's limiting beliefs and how we limit ourselves. I love to combine those things with all the best strategies I've learned about building business foundations and a happy life. Plus, I get to work with my very open intuition and creative genius when it comes to seeing all the cracks in an online business so that we can move it forward and take it from failing to thriving and making lots of money and impact, of course. All because I wanted to end my life. And I say that not because I want some kind of pity or that must have been so hard, but to maybe invite you to see the hardest things that have happened or are happening as an invitation to a totally transformed life, as an opportunity to use them as fuel to boost us into a totally new reality. That's what I did. Into a life where I love hard, no matter how much it triggers or challenges people, where I live the way I always wanted to live without apology or guilt, where I'm so happy and I get to nourish and go to even deeper levels of supporting my incredible body to become, to be a stable partner, to have healthy babies when the time comes, and to live life where I am really able to design my time around those I support and those I love most. You don't have to know the how ever. You don't even need to know the what you will do to get there necessarily, but you do have to get clear on that ideal vision, that ideal outcome. Otherwise, you're just going to be blindly creating your life that could be hurting yourself and maybe others. The more crap you've been through, the better, if you choose to use it. And the incomparable Nietzsche said,
To live is to suffer. To survive is to find some meaning in the suffering. And I've often said, life is going to rock and roll your ass, whether you choose to create the life you love and that you ultimately desire or not. We may as well find meaning in the suffering that we've had and create a dream life, so the suffering was worth it, right? The world is full of suffering, and the world is full of people overcoming it. It's a choice. What will you choose? If you want to chat about this episode or require support, you can apply for a chat with me or come and join us inside the academy. Oh, that rhymes. And until next time, choose it, create it, enjoy it. And if you need help, come and join us in LRA. Today, we are going to be doing a deep dive into something that's been highly requested. On Valentine's Day this year, I released an incredible one-stop shop resource called How to Heal from Heartbreak. And I'll be going through some of that resource today. We won't go through all of it because there's literally so much in this ebook that you can get your hands on. So if you are listening to the podcast, you can go and find it on my socials. And if you are tuning in on YouTube, it will be in the description below. So if you are currently wanting to heal from a heartbreak, if you are holding on to pain or hurt or grief or sadness or anger or frustration from past heartbreaks or relationships and you don't want to bring them forth into new ones, then you're going to want to save this and listen to this and come back to it and revisit it and grab the resource for free so that you have this step-by-step guide, because it has been derived from all of the most incredible relationship experts in all their different fields from all around the world over the past decade. So for those of you who are new to the space, I'll give you a quick bit about me before I start reeling on about how this is the only guide you'll ever need to mend a broken heart and not bring it forward into the future. I'm Kat. I have been coaching men and women for the past decade, but especially women when it comes to life and love and wellness and business and creating just a whole new reality from anything painful from the past and actually alchemizing any of the pain into what it really can be, which is empowerment and pleasure and passion and excitement and love. And this is what people call shadow work. It's what people call self-development. It's what people call spirituality. Call it what you will. It's working on ourselves. And if we're not working on ourselves, then what are we doing? We're just walking around with most of society just complaining about all our problems, which is actually just, if you don't know this about your unconscious mind, creating more problems because you're programming your mind to only see problems, and therefore you'll only see problems, and therefore you'll talk more about all the problems that you're only seeing. You see the problem? And as my favorite mentor of all time, Tony Robbins, says, the only problem that human beings have is thinking that we're not supposed to have problems. And I'm here to tell you that if you have pain, problems, hurt, grief, sadness, frustration, anger, bitterment, resentment, any of it, this is actually great news. Because if you have those things, it means you can have the opposite if you choose to create it. So I created this resource called How to Heal from Heartbreak. It's free. You can grab it in my bio or from any of my websites or anything like that. And we're going to run through some of the most powerful points. And look, some of y'all are not going to like them. And if you're willing to lean into that, you will actually finally get transformation in your life. Okay? And I am not teaching or preaching or selling or saying anything that I haven't had to walk myself through myself. And so I know it for myself. I've also coached hundreds of women all around the world who have done the same, who have proven the same. So we know it works, which is why I'm sharing it. And why I'm giving it away for free, because I actually am more of a business coach than I am a love coach, although we do all of it in the background, because at the end of the day, the more you can love yourself and others, the more money you make. Don't know if you know that either. But we're going to go through a few powerful points today. And if you want to get the full resource, you can get that yourself in any of my platforms for free. The first thing if you actually want to heal from heartbreak and not bring that pain forward into any other situations or relationships in your life, is don't talk the S word. I can't say it because we're on YouTube right now. Don't talk about the other person. Oh, we're already getting pissed off, aren't we? I know, because most of society is in this like gossip, blame, shame cycle, which is actually all driven by pain point marketing, getting you to consume, if you didn't notice. And we're all encouraging each other to bitch and moan and point the finger and talk S about our ex. Except here's the thing. There's a few things actually on this point. The reason why I'm telling you not to talk about your person or your ex-person or someone who hurt you from the past is because, number one, the more we tell the story of the painful thing that happened, the more we're telling our brain and our nervous system that it's happening again right now when it's not. So you're basically telling your nervous system every single time you think about the story and tell yourself the story, it's happening, it's happening, it's happening, it's happening again, it's happening again, it's happening again, it's happening again. And what do we already know about the unconscious mind that I mentioned just before? The more we focus on something, the more we see more of it in our reality, and then we just only experience that. So can you, about speaking badly about someone who may have, yes, really hurt you, and start doing something differently? Because here's the thing, the next thing is a lot of the time, our mind has inflated or created parts of the story to match our painful experiences from the past. Talking about, I wish I could swear, but we're on YouTube, so I can't swear right now. Talking about things that may not even be complete fact creates a lot more problems that aren't even problems, because friends and family will, more often than not, back us in our fear programs and back us in bitching and moaning and complaining, unfortunately, unless you get circles like mine where we don't. We like go, and then we go, let's fix it. But the more we talk about it in a negative way, the more our brain is also going to find evidence of other situations. So even if you go from hurt, horrible heartbreak to the most incredible human that you could possibly have come across in your life, if you're telling this constant story about how someone's hurt you or done you wrong, it doesn't matter how wonderful that new person is, your brain's going to find the thing that proves to your brain that they are actually just as bad as the last person. And you're going to sabotage it, run away, screw it up. And it happens all the time. The unconscious mind also doesn't separate us from anyone else that we speak about. So we've all heard about self-love, self-talk, learning to love ourselves, speaking beautifully to ourselves, and treat ourselves the way we want to be treated by others. Every single time we think something about someone else or say something about someone else, our brain, our mind is actually stacking that as self-talk. And so I've just listed off a whole plethora, a whole menu of reasons why it's really great not to talk about your ex, because it's actually only screwing up your life, not theirs. I can absolutely guarantee that. So yes, sometimes we need to talk about these things. I totally get that. However, find a professional who is not going to get you to talk about the problems, which unfortunately a lot of psychology is doing lately. But find a really, well-known person who knows how to deal with it. If you have friends around you, ask them to hold you accountable. Ask them to stop you from gossiping and talking shit. Ask them to, oh God, I said it. YouTube's probably banned me now. But actually have people in your circle for when you do need to vent about it, who aren't going to feed into the pain story and are going to go, cool, I see you, I love you, let's do something about this. Let's get you on a better path. Let's improve. Let's create. Let's move forward. Because if you don't have those people around you, then you're going to continue to repeat cycles in relationships, and you're going to call it bad luck or fate or blaming all the other people for not being different for you to feel better. And you actually are always in control. So that's step one. This is a massive resource, guys, so I'm not going to be able to get through all of these points, but I really wanted to touch on a few powerful ones today. And there's 3 sections to it for the different stages of healing from heartbreak, and cultivating new relationships is in there as well. So you can get it for free if you want anytime. The next point is SEX is sacred. And I know that's triggering a lot of other people already. But so much of the time our society is like, okay, cool, you broke up with someone, now just go out there and get back on the horse and go and F someone and go and do this and go. Like, oh, there is so much that we didn't learn about this particular type of interaction. spicy interaction. We didn't learn about it in school because I didn't know anything about it to teach us about it in school. We're getting to learn about it now. This is the beauty of our generation, is that we get to learn all the most incredible ways to cultivate the most incredible relationships, to teach our families how to do it in the future, right? We get to. And this interaction with another human being is so powerful on more levels than just the physical. I don't care whether you are a science nerd or a spiritual nerd. The two worlds say the same thing about physical intimacy. You are becoming that person that you are intimate with. You are giving them all your stuff, but you're also taking on all of their stuff. It is proven in quantum physics. It's proven in spirituality. It's proven in just hormones and chemicals alone. And so when you also have to detach from someone you've been intimate with, you're going to go through withdrawals like you've just stopped taking drugs and you're an addict. So when you come out of relationships, there is such an important period to keep yourself like sacred. Clear the space. You're going to go through withdrawals. You're going to need to actually detox, not just from that person physically on a chemical and a hormonal level, but you're going to need to detox from all of their belief systems and their traumas and their triggers and their things that they told you, and the ways that you changed yourself to become what they wanted and to come back to yourself. There's a whole integration period to come home to yourself once you leave a relationship. Right? And then if you do choose to invite someone else in, starting to ask more of the questions of like, do I actually want to become this person? Do I want to become all their little comments that they make? Do I want to become all their belief systems? Do I want to become their physical health? Do I want to become their financial status? Because we all know that we become all the people that we hang around. And this goes so much for our intimate relationships. You have no idea. Oh, so challenge yourself. And I say this and people hate it. People hate it, but I get it. And I only challenge it because I didn't get a choice. I've had to go 2 years, 18 months, 10 months, 5 months, whole, many stints without having any physical intimacy, not even like a hug or a kiss. So I know how powerful it is. And you don't have to go that long, but I always challenge, especially if you've come out of a relationship or you're preparing to have a better relationship, go 3 to 6 months without any intimacy, without any dating apps, without any talking stages, without any pornography. Sweet Jesus, just get it out of your life, please, just, I won't even we're not even going to talk about that whole programming today, but that's a whole nother episode in and of itself. Set up an environment to go through the detox. This is the people that you have around you so that you're not doing step 1. This is setting yourself up with your health, setting yourself up financially, getting some future goals in mind that are totally off topic so you can have something to work towards that motivates you, that feels exciting for you, that's got nothing to do with that person. And start doing intentional identity work on yourself. All right? I'm only 2 steps into this resource that we were going over today for this episode, so I'm definitely not going to get through them all, but I'm maybe just going to touch on a few of the ones from the first section, and you guys can go and grab the free resource yourself anytime you want, if you're finding any of this helpful. And the only reason I share these steps is because it's the stuff that works, and it's all in one place. So the next thing is, if you are freshly coming out of a heartbreak, or you've been in it forever and it's just you're over it, or you're starting to date again and you're wanting to get into new relationships and you're still feeling plagued by something from the past, then I invite you to come into your hot and healthy season. Again, I said, set some goals that have nothing to do necessarily with the breakup or with what just happened or with the loss that you're moving through. Go all in on a new self-care routine. And maybe you already move your body every day. Maybe you drink lots of water and eat incredibly and have an amazing mindset. And if that's so, I reckon it's time to mix it up and do some new experiences of exercise and go deeper into mindset and do some more like that. We literally are so lucky in this day and age to have so many different ways to dabble in getting healthy and sexy and good looking and feeling great in our body, but also feeling great in our mind. Like, we have all of it at our fingertips for free if we want. It's literally been the last decade of my life. And then I started investing in coaches and I started getting results a lot quicker. But if you aren't feeling super fit and healthy and energized and vibrant, and when you look at yourself and you're reflecting, you're like, oh, damn, then let's go all in on that. Because there's really no better time than an emotional breakdown or being plagued by pain to get into the best shape and health of your entire life. Now, I'm not a huge fan of what we call away from drivers, which is pain drivers. I'd much prefer you to get into pleasure drivers and excitement drivers and moving forward drivers. However, pain, hurt, betrayal, sadness, anger, frustration, they're pretty powerful drivers. When those negative, quote unquote, negative emotions are integrated, they become incredibly powerful drivers. And that's why I say it's the best time to get yourself into the best shape physically and emotionally you've ever been in your life. And that alone is going to shift you into a new vibration, which is going to shift you into a new groups of people and energetic attraction points for new people that you might bump into on the street or at the gym or at the mindset event or whatever it is. And you'll forget all about what happened before. However, we don't want to completely forget about it, and the rest of the resource goes into that. But number one, how can you start moving your body every day? Because you love your body, not because you hate your body. Number two, are you drinking enough water, babe? Seriously, it's so simple. Most of human beings' health issues today could be solved if people just got enough water intake. Especially if you've got a lot of overthinking that's been going on. Your brain is dehydrated, babe. Drink more water. Put some essential oils in it to make it taste better. Put some fresh citrus in to help alkaline your body. Seriously, you'll be amazed all the ways this can help. Number three, food is life. Get rid of processed foods, go organic in all the ways you possibly can, eat tons more veggies, have alkalizing foods, get off the medications, heal your gut, balance your hormones, and get to know your cycle for the ladies. This will make you feel like a natural woman again, which is the best superpower I know, because then all of your mind clears up and your intuition clears up and you're like, holy crap, I'm actually a superhuman and I have access to the portal all the time. And number four, your mindset is everything. The story that you run, the meanings that you attach. And I'm talking right now about your physical body, about your health, about how you look in the mirror. So your mindset is everything. The story you run, the meaning you attach to things, the thoughts that you think about yourself and others. Go deeper into this during this time. Every time you go to think about this person who might have hurt you or betrayed you or whatever the words that we use in the inflammatory negative communities that aren't actually helping anyone to heal, by the way, how can you move from that and go, oh, I'm thinking about them, oh, they hurt me so much, oh, hold on, I need to drink water, oh, hold on, I need to go for a walk. Oh, hold on. I need to do that mindset video or look at that resource. Oh, hold on. I need to eat something good today because I haven't had any vegetables today. Like reframe, because you know what you're doing. Your unconscious mind loves repetition. The way that you build new unconscious programs is through repetition. It's so freaking simple that it hurts my soul that it took me 10 years to figure it out and like almost $100,000, which is why I created a program called the Academy, which has all of it in one place, simplified so that people can figure it all out in a year rather than a decade and for a lot less money. Next is create the space to grieve. Create the space to grieve. In many cases of a breakup, this is a loss that you're experiencing that isn't addressed in society. Losing someone from our life, sometimes very suddenly or unexpectedly on some level, that's still alive, but maybe they're down the street, maybe they're dating your best friend now, or whatever the situation is, yet you may never now be able to see them or talk to them again, is gonna require a grieving process. And so much of the time we're just like, no, move on, no, get over it, they don't deserve you, you deserve better, but all of this is just suppressing the grief that you should get to feel. And so I say, create the space to grieve. You don't need to bring anyone into this, you don't need to tell the story to everyone, right? Our society is full of human beings walking around suppressing these really deep emotions, but here's the thing about suppressed emotion, it leaks out. It leaks out into everything over time. It creates sickness, it creates disease, it creates reactivity at your kids, it creates like sabotaging beautiful new relationships that aren't even the pain from the past. So I tell my clients all the time, whether it's the loss of a partner, a family member, a client, a friend, in any way, shape, or form, we get to create the space to grieve and move through grief, which has no set timeline. And when I say create the space, I mean, ask the people in your life to give you some time to feel your feelings. And then actually go feel your feelings. You don't have to do it in all the bloody ceremonies that I did it in and all the different ways that I did. But lock yourself away for a day and just scream and cry into a pillow and play the notebook and play all the music that you listen to and look at all the photos and just let it out and 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 let it out. Because I promise you, the more that you actually do that, the more you remove it physically from your body, from your energy, and it's going to get easier and easier. On top of that, have grief days, create a grief day, or have like moments in each day. I remember when I had to move through something really, really hard in the midst of 2020. I'd already been going through something horrific, and then 2020 hit, and then I was in lockdown alone, and then all of this happened, and it got escalating, and I had no money, and the government wouldn't support me, and all these things were going on. And I was told to create a grief moment every single morning, and I was like, this doesn't sound healthy. But I did for 15 minutes. As soon as I woke up every morning, I had to go into all the things that had happened in my mind and scream into a pillow and cry as hard as I could. And at the end of the 15 minutes, when the timer went off, I would get up and I'd go, okay, that's it for the day. What am I going to do today to create my life better? Because I knew that throughout the day, if I went to go into like, oh God, I could go, no, I did that this morning and I get to do it again tomorrow morning. But today we're focusing on the steps to move forward. And that's the final piece of this, is set intentions to walk forward and thrive. Because that is what is the most powerful thing that you can do to move forward for you and whatever the other person's learning journey is. Right? If you want people to be better, we have to lead the way. And this is how we do it. And I was saying to my clients today, we were having a giggle about it, just like, how great is it that we just actually get to become the happiest, healthiest, sexiest, most epic, like vibrant versions of ourselves. And that not only will attract all of the things that we really want and deserve into our life, but it also energetically pulls people who aren't doing those things to go, oh my God, maybe they were right. Oh my God, I wonder what would happen if I did that. Right? So next, we're definitely not going to get through this whole thing on this episode. But if you want the whole resource, it's free in my bio. So it's called How to Heal from Heartbreak. The next is to go no contact. And a lot of people don't like this either. And I remember saying to my dad, probably in 2016, he was like, every time you call us, you're having a freak out because like you've gone onto some guy's Facebook page and he's posting pictures and whatever he's doing. Like, I don't know what I was doing. This was around the time that I realized I had a really bad problem with doing that. And then I tried to find social media addiction therapists and they didn't exist. So I had to create my own. And that's how I accidentally ended up building a business. And here we are. So I get how going no contact can be really challenging in this day and age when there are 10 million different ways that you can contact someone and they can contact you, or your friends can all tell you things. Like I have had to disconnect from whole friends groups because certain people felt like they needed to tell me how so-and-so is doing 5 years on. And so for a period of time though, ask for help with this. Hey guys, I'm like blocking this person out and removing them so I don't have to have it right in my arena while I'm going through withdrawals, while I'm going through the grief, while I'm going through creating, like coming back to myself and developing and designing and deciding my new personality that I'm going to get to be moving forward to attract everything that I want. I need your help to like disconnect me from going and looking or going and contacting, because here's the thing, you broke up for a reason. Nothing has changed. And a lot of the times this happens, majority of the time, is that when people actually start withdrawing, and the reason I'm using the word withdrawing is you are going through chemical withdrawals when you break up with someone. Chemical, hormonal. It's just the same as if you had a cocaine addiction and then you suddenly stopped. So start taking it seriously like that, because all of those moments where you start going, oh, you know what? Maybe I'll just call them. Maybe I'll just see how they're going. Maybe I'll just see if we can talk. Oh, maybe I've made a mistake. You know what that is? That's withdrawals. That's your brain wanting the chemical again. Doesn't mean anything's changed. It just means that your brain will do anything to get that quick hit. And so go no contact. And one of the things that I love to do, I tell my clients, and this isn't in this resource, but I'll say it here, is to really start to take that detox time seriously. And we call it dosing in my communities. So dopamine, oxytocin, serotonin, and endorphins. If you are asking, how can I actually dose every single day naturally, then you're less likely to have your brain try and take over your whole soul to text your ex when you're going through withdrawals from them, because you are actually getting those chemical hits from things every single day, and you don't, like, they're not your only source of hit, right? And people don't like when I minimize people to like a chemical, but at the end of the day, that's what we are. We're running off those things. And if you want to learn more about that and expand on that, then I have the Healed and Happy program, which is inside Lovely Club, or of course the Academy. We go deep into all of that stuff for you specifically. I'm going to have to wrap this up soon because there's so much in this resource, and these are the main points I really wanted to create. Pick a project. Like the identity work that I do with all my clients is about designing and deciding a new you, and you get to do this over and over and over and over again in your life. What a freaking privilege that you get to keep evolving and becoming a better version of yourself, just to see what you can attract and create. Like, what a vibe. So yes, you might be grieving a life that you thought you were going to get, and maybe it will come back around, who knows? But right now, do everything I just said, and then pick a project. Ask, who are you? Who do you want to be? What do you actually love doing for you? What have you put aside for this relationship? What kind of epic goal would you love to achieve that would just feel really great for you? Can you come back to you and design and decide a new version of you that feels really good just for you? And set aside some time to actually go after that every single day. Anytime you get sucked into an overthinking spiral about whatever happened, reframe. What's my next step on that goal that I'm working towards? Because you get to turn all of that pain into purpose, into passion, into pleasure, into empowerment. Otherwise, it's literally just wasted time and wasted pain. I'm going to say that again. You get to turn all of that pain into power, into pleasure, into passion. Otherwise, it's just wasted time and wasted pain. You get to transform it. And here's the thing about negative emotions and experiences. They're just energy. Like everything is energy, and energy cannot be created or destroyed. It can only be changed. So you cannot destroy the negative emotions in yourself. You cannot remove them. They are always going to be part of your being, but you can change them into something better if you so choose to. Because of all the pain I've experienced in my life, especially in relation to intimate relationships, I traveled the world. I got qualifications and certifications. I learned to play guitar. I learned to skate. I played gigs at local bars. I played gigs in bars all around the world. I learned to fire twirl. I learned to surf. I wrote and self-published books. I became a yoga teacher and a meditation teacher and a breathwork teacher, and I ran retreats, and I worked with so many different industries. I went down every spiritual and self-development rabbit hole you could possibly imagine. I healed over 8 chronic health conditions naturally. I started and scaled multiple businesses. I've spoken on stages. I started a podcast. I blog. I have a YouTube channel. I learned to read tarot. I opened up my intuition and my clairaudience and my clairsentience. Yeah, all the woo-woo stuff. And I learned how to heal patterns of generational trauma and help others do so. And now I'm learning Indonesian and how to help other people scale their businesses because of all of that pain that I went through in the past. All of it I got to experience in my life because I was either trying to get over a man, stay close to a man, impress a man, heal from a man, or yeah, that's pretty much it. And I wouldn't be the woman that I'm proud to be today if it hadn't been for men behaving badly the way they did. So I wonder what could happen if you chose to alchemize your negative emotions and turn them into the life of your dreams. Because that's what you can do. And the worse the pain, the more powerful the transformation can be. Now, to wrap up this little transmission before I lose all connection and battery life and all the things, and YouTube kicks me off, here's some things that I recommend you stay away from, because we will become the top people and things that we hang around, converse with, and absorb content from. And now there is a menu that is extensive to the ends of the earth of what you can pay attention to online, when, especially when it comes to healing from the past. However, I want you to take note of the people in different communities and who are saying certain transitions, and are they actually healthy and happy and successful people? Because here's the thing I learned over a decade of dipping into lots of different communities and finding what works. Any groups or communications about how people are narcissistic, how they're gaslighting, how they're abusive, and how to avoid them or spot them is all very hypnotic, limiting language that installs limiting beliefs into your life, and they're everywhere. And sometimes it's like viral from very qualified people, not realizing what is actually happening when they say that. So I asked, do I know this person to be letting them imprint these things into my reality, which means that I'm focusing on them, which means I'm going to see more of them? And am I okay taking advice from them because I'm going to become them? Interesting one, right? Next, bless, is taking advice from single friends who aren't qualified in any way, shape, or form, or have not created a healthy relationship with themselves. Because we're all great at giving advice. And I love every single human over the last decade who offered me advice when I was in pain, because we do it because we want to help, right? However, even some relationship coaches who haven't been with their partners long don't necessarily have the depths of support that you really want. Yes, too many people are too quick to call their exes narcissists these days. I agree. So rather than taking advice from people who don't have what you have or what you want to create within yourself and in a future relationship, move to people who have been in a relationship forever. This is why everyone that I researched and I worked with who influenced the creation of this resource, How to Heal from Heartbreak, this is not my stuff. This is all of their stuff combined that I've embodied and created results from and helped women all around the world do the same, right? And so rather than the blind leading the blind, just to make each other feel better, can you make sure you're absorbing advice and implementing advice from people who have created it successfully, long term, and not just in one area of life, but in many, right? Try to stay away from content on the internet that is against men or against women or against ex-partners, or is really dramatic emotional videos that pull on all the victim heartstrings because they will make you feel super good and seen in the moment. And they will keep you stuck in focusing on the pain. And we all know what that does, right? It just makes us see more pain and problems, even if it's not actually there. Instead, do all the things in the guide and you will call in incredible relationships, not just one, but friendships and business opportunities and work promotions. So many different things can come by choosing to become a better version of yourself in all the ways because you were hurt in the past, right? Rather than becoming just like all the people who might have hurt you. Now, I'm going to have to wrap up this episode here. There is 2 more parts to this free resource that I didn't get to go through. For anyone listening on the podcast, you can find it anywhere on my platforms. It's called How to Heal from Heartbreak. And you also get access to the Relationships Masterclass, which is a deep dive into a lot of the most powerful concepts for relationships. It's literally everything that you wish you learned in school before you went through everything that you've probably been through. It will blow your mind. And for anyone watching on YouTube, you will find all of that in the description below.
Today, we're going to be talking about alchemy, becoming the alchemist of your life. And this comes up a lot in my conversations with people on the internet and in my own real life. And of course, with the clients inside the Love the Radical Academy, because we're all doing this transformational work of turning hard times into something beautiful, which is the definition of alchemy. And so before we get into a few powerful ways that you can start being the alchemist of your own life, let's talk about what alchemy is. So if we look at the definition of alchemy, it is a medieval roots, it's chemistry, it's transmutation, and it's attempts to convert things like metals into gold, or to find the universal elixir for life. It's a seemingly magical process of transformation and creation, or combining things to turn them into something better. It's a process of taking something unwanted and transforming it into something wanted. And hopefully, most of you who have followed for a while know that we usually start working out what we want by first learning all the things that we don't want. And this is why even a traumatic childhood gets to be your greatest gift for those who choose to see it that way. Hi to majority of the people that I've worked with throughout the years. You guys are the OGs. You are incredible. This is how a horrible breakup, or the guy that ghosted you or betrayed you, or the family member that you lost, or the investment that didn't work out, can actually be the way that we work out what we do want, so that we can actually start creating it and finding it and cultivating it in our reality. But how much of the time do we actually spend actively doing this? Or are we spending more time complaining about what went wrong, or talking to all our friends about all the things that didn't work out? Probably repeating similar situations because we're so focused on the unwanted thing that our reticular activating system, our brain, our beautiful part of ourselves that's just trying to keep us safe, keeps finding and co-creating the same outcomes over and over again to keep us safe in familiar territory. So if you're a person wanting more of the wanted, wanting to maybe take the horrible things that have happened and turn them into your own versions of gold, here are some concepts to start working with that will help you get there. A roadmap as such, a blueprint to follow instead of complaining and moving into more situations unconsciously without having alchemized what's just happened or what happened all that time ago. Number one is both the law of cause and effect and also the concept of cause and effect that is taught in NLP. The universal law of cause and effect is essentially stating that every effect has a definite cause. Likewise, every cause, there's a definite effect. Your thoughts, your behaviors, and actions. I'm going to repeat that. Your thoughts, your behaviors, your actions create specific effects that manifest and create life as you know it. If you're not happy with the effects that you have created, then you must change the causes that created them in the first place, which exist in your thoughts, your behaviors, and your actions. Because life isn't built upon accidents, chance, or luck. We know this now. Each and every decision we have made, an action we have taken, has set events into motion, creating predictable and specific effects that we now experience in our lives. As a consequence, the law of cause and effect brings to light the idea that success can be modeled once we're aware of what we want. The question is, are we actually taking any time to really get clear on what we want out of what we don't want? And are we giving that a lot more time than we've been giving all the rest? Because we get what we focus on, and what we focus on will grow. In short, the law states that there are no accidents in this world, that the effects we create in our lives are a direct result of causes that come from within ourselves. We're experiencing life as we know it because of the learned, I'll say it again, learned and conditioned psychological patterns that we have pre-programmed in our minds over a lifetime of free choice. Now, we may not have control over what we were programmed with, over what we were imprinted with by the people around us in those first 7 or 8 years when we were in our hypnotic states, absorbing everything like a sponge, learning how to feel, learning how to work, move, learning how to speak, learning how to react or not. We can't change where it started. And our free choice moving from those programs has probably created situation after experience after situation again to go, oh yeah, this is just what happens. This is just how life is. Things just suck. Things might never change. And we've probably built up a bit of proof for ourselves that this is just how it's going to be. Except free choice can also change. This psychological programming is filtering our experience of our reality in a very biased and very predictable manner. And it's creating and interpreting our own existence, our own reality in front of our eyes. The law of cause and effect does, however, provide a solution for this predicament as well. And it states that free choice, the way that you've been moving, yes, from your unconscious programs that were programmed into you during imprint period, it was free choice. And now you're getting to make new choices to build new programs. And it can be done at any time. It's never too late to turn it around. No matter how sucky our circumstances, no matter how dark things might have become or how unlucky we think we might be, free choice literally means that we can make a different choice. We can choose to take the time to unlearn what we've learned that is not working for us. What it takes to change this can be so simple, and it takes time. But the question is, how bad do you want what is wanted? Great questions to ask are, how did my behavior, looking at a situation that might have happened in the past, how did my behavior aid in causing the unwanted thing that occurred? Did I expect without communicating? Did I not read the small print? Did I allow bad behavior to go on without communicating a boundary, standing up for myself, even if it was scary? Did I avoid having a scary or difficult conversation? What comes up for you when you look at unwanted experiences in your life and ask this question? How did I aid in causing that outcome? There will always be something. Now, side note, as it pertains to childhood trauma, because I know there'll be some people in the comments who are like, yeah, but what about childhood trauma? You didn't have a choice then. Yeah, I get it. Of course, you might not have been able to make different choices then. However, you can now. And also, we're usually never actually upset now about the thing that happened in childhood. What we're upset about is how it's impacting and creating new situations that are unwanted in our life today. So use this practice on current events or recent events, not the ones where you had no awareness or tools to do anything differently. Number 2, everyone is doing the best they can with the resources they have, including you. This can be hard to hear, and yet it will be one of the most transformational tools that you ever choose to adopt into your life. Let's go through a few examples. Look at our parents. Now, we talk about this inside the Academy all the time because I have a lot of parents in that space. And there's a lot of rules for parenting now that are coming into play. There's a lot of what should be done and what shouldn't be done. There's a lot of this is the right way to parent and this is the wrong way to parent. There is a lot of our parents did it all wrong and they hurt us and they screwed us over narrative happening in the world. And yet, to this day, we do not have a set rule book at all and never have for being a parent. We look back to our parents and they didn't have the access to the internet, probably didn't have much support around them in community, were the children of people from wartime. So they didn't have any emotional awareness and they were having lots of kids and building homes and working 9 to 5s and doing the best they can with the resources they had. Only now that we're accessing the world's information, more information in one day sometimes than people used to access in their whole lifetime. We now have all this information and awareness that things can be better and different and we can do things different ways and learn different things and try different things and model new behavior. But our parents had none of that. They had no idea. They were moving through their own lives with tons of trauma of their own in any way, shape, or form that was, feeling all of that and having to push it down so that they could raise children and build homes and build the society that we have today, that we are in this incredible abundance of having access to the world's information, having access to ways to make money in so many different ways, having access to so much health support. Like, it is insane, the abundance of today when you really start to look at it, right? And so, first of all, the narrative that anyone from your childhood did things that were bad or wrong. Yes, they might have been horrible and horrific. I've worked with some people who have been through things that I could never even conceptualize. And I've had a hard time. And yet they are the people who are alchemizing gold in their life in every way, shape, or form because they choose, like me, to realize that everyone's doing the best they can with the resources they had. If we go back even further, we think about our grandparents or our great-grandparents. No rule books, maybe little support, war going on, trying to figure out what the frick to do then, also carrying generations of trauma with them and having no tools or support
or groups on the internet to join and yell and scream and hate on others for doing them wrong. They did the best they could with the resources they had. Here's a touchy one, your ex. If we start to look at our exes, instead of how dare they should have known, yeah, that would be nice, except that didn't work out that way. So instead of hating them for how they moved, how can we simply drop into they were doing the best they could with the programs they had? And the interesting thing with relationships, the biggest thing that causes breakdowns in relationships isn't infidelity. It isn't money. It's uncommunicated expectations, because no one, or most people, have never really thought about what their expectations of relationship are and how they might differ from the person they're in partnership with. If one person grew up with parents who stayed together, whether it was good, bad, or ugly, they might have an imprint of, no matter what happens, we come back together. We figure it out. We nut through it. And so that person's moving in that way. They get with a person who was abandoned in childhood, whose parent never came back, and it was awful and hard. They're expecting that if their partner even disappears for a day, that they've been abandoned. These expectations that we may not have even recognized in ourselves, if uncommunicated with a partner, is going to cause breakdown. And that's just one example of millions. So instead of looking at exes or people who have hurt you in the context of relationships in the past, can you recognize that maybe neither of you had very good tools, if any, and you were moving unconsciously from your own programs, doing things automatically, maybe in a way that didn't create the outcome that you wanted. So now you get to take that, extract the wisdom, change the way you move so that you can cultivate what you really want. And the last piece of number 2 is yourself. A lot of the time, the women that I work with and the people that I've worked with over the years, and myself, as we learn more and more tools and we come into more and more awareness of, oh my God, this is how I can change, and the results that I get when I do change. Oh my goodness, how cool is it becoming? But also then we look back at maybe a past relationship or our family and go, why couldn't I have known this then? This could have been different. This could have been saved. This could have been better if I had known this then. And of course, we can't go back. And so such a powerful piece of this process is compassion and forgiveness for yourself and the other for doing the best that you could with the resources you had at the time. And on the back of this, whether we want to admit it or not, every single one of us is moving from a highest intention, either for ourselves or for everyone involved, even if it's coming from a deemed by society now unhealthy way. Yes, even the worst people on earth are in programs and moving unconsciously and doing what they're doing to try and get maybe safety or control to feel safe, or maybe even their own warped imprint of love or connection. Even the worst people amongst us are actually just trying to find their highest intention for themselves and even others. It's just different to maybe what we've come to know as better. Can you look at the people who hurt you as just scared children like you are, really, with potentially really crappy programming, perhaps, compared to yours, who are navigating life the best way they have learned to this point? And perhaps, and absolutely, actually, if they didn't behave and show up in the potentially awful way that they did, you wouldn't have the chance to be the alchemist, to change the parts of you that co-created it, to get everything you actually want. Moving towards compassion, forgiveness, and dare I say it, gratitude for them in time. In time. In time is the key here. Not because they deserve it, but because you do. If you can choose to lean into that, it will be life-changing. Not only from an emotional and brain rewiring, reprogramming perspective, but for your own soul, your own self-love. I don't know if you know this about your unconscious mind, but it doesn't separate you from others. And it actually takes everything that you think or say personally. This is also reflected in the law of divine oneness, that we're all connected. So hating someone else registers as hate of self. It ain't doing you any favors, right? So what could happen if you chose to create the support beneath you and around you so that you could start to move towards compassion, forgiveness, and gratitude, even for the things that hurt you, because you chose to extract the learnings, to recognize where you could change from it, so you could realize that it needed to happen so you could get everything you want. Number three. Number three is the fun one. We've had the heavy hitting ones. Start assessing the unwanted. It probably won't take you too long. Most people can write me a 3-page essay of everything that's unwanted in 10 minutes. We usually know it that well. And then I want you to start designing the wanted, which might take a little longer. Most people, when I ask them what they actually want, will give me a 1-word answer. If I press to get more specifics, more detail, maybe I'll get a 3-word answer. Another thing about your unconscious mind, it needs direction and repetition. It needs specifics to be able to find its way to it. Your reticular activating system in your brain needs you to be focusing on the specifics of where you want to go so that it can actually see it. The brain is actually taking in, well, we're constantly taking in like 1 billion bits of data from our reality per minute, something along those lines. And yet we consciously only register about 50 of those. Now, what determines the 50 specific bits of information that we take from the billion? What you're focusing on. And so if you can write me an essay about everything that's unwanted, but you cannot write me an essay about everything that you want in like beautiful, descriptive, specific detail, we found the core of the problem. So a couple of ways to start building out your wanted design. Let's go into specifics. What do you want to think and feel when you open your eyes in the morning? Like, go big or go home on this. Part of the purpose of getting specific about where you'd like to go is to break through all the resistance that's going to come up when you start doing this. Start asking questions like, how do you want to work in this world? What do you want that to feel like and look like? What do you want your friendships to be like? Go deep into specifics. This is how I cultivated some of the most beautiful friendships after years and years and years of struggling with friendship. What about the milestone moments in relationships? Can you describe those in great detail? Can you describe an argument that you have with your partner that goes beautifully, where you know how to communicate in a new way and you come to a resolution?
Can you describe parenting, the good, the bad, and the ugly moments in detail? Can you describe how you travel together? Can you describe how you make a home together? What does your health look like? What does your body look and feel like, ideally? When you're getting into specifics, usually what will happen is you'll get a few words down. Then I want you to keep asking, how could I get even more specific than this? And more specific and more detailed. Start thinking about it on a visceral level, on a sensory level. Utilize all the things that you might see, smell, hear, taste, touch. Getting as specific and detailed as you can about the future that you'd like to go towards without adding in maybe names or faces. It's best to avoid that. What will happen when you start doing this is there might be little voices in your head that go, yeah, but that's not possible. You tried that and it didn't work. Oh, you went towards that and you got so disappointed. Don't go there. This is the point. Not only are we getting specific so that your brain can actually start finding the pathways there, and it will, but we're also recognizing your own favorite flavors of resistance to it being possible so that we can challenge those, so we can change those stories, so that we can build new ones, so that they come into union to get you there together. Then we want to look at the behaviors of the person who has that life. How would you think and feel and talk and act differently if you had all of those specifics already done? Would you be doing the same things you do today? Would you be thinking the same things over and over? Would you be having the same conversations with your best friend or your mom or the people at work? Would you be doing the same thing with your health? Would you be avoiding certain things that you know could create change? Would you be making excuses instead of just going for it and figuring it out? What are the things you're doing now day to day that will not get you there? And you know it. You always know it. What's the definition of insanity, right? Doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. So what are the things that you seem to be doing over and over and over again, expecting or waiting for some magical different result? What if you flipped so many of your behaviors on their head for a while just to figure it out for fun? Watch what happens. And here's the kicker. You got to know that your mind is going to be so against you changing your behaviors. It's going to be so against you even going into specifics, to changing your story, to changing the way that you think or the way you feel. Because your brain doesn't actually know the difference. It doesn't know that you're trying to head towards joy and happiness and peace. It has no idea. Your mind will actually go so far as to see any changes that you're making as life-threatening. It will come up with a million convincing stories super quick as to why you should just stay the same, stay in bed, stay in these behaviors that you've been doing over and over again. Oh, and a lot of our victim-minded society will also encourage you to stay the same as well and tell you that other people should change for you to feel better and get better. Except if you do that, you'll be waiting the rest of your life. So the question is, both are hard. What hard will you pick? Never changing the current unwanted and continuing to do things and just hope for a better result will mean it will keep getting worse. It's hard, right? Or maybe a few years of challenging and changing some usually pretty simple behaviors, going against your mind's comfort zone to get the life that you actually want. or at least halfway there. That's hard. Pick your heart. You get to choose, and it's never too late to start or start again. The beautiful thing about your brain and your programs is they just need to start knowing the way and used to be repeating it over and over and over again until that becomes more familiar to your brain than the problem story of the past. Side note, this process is so much easier when we create some kind of solid foundation and clarity in our mind to do so. So get your ducks in a row. Look at your health. Look at the basics. Look at how you're spending or organizing your money, or even thinking about your money. Look at how's the relationships going. What could be improved on so that there's more space for you to do this work. Look at your environments. Are there people or things that you're hanging out around that's not conducive to where you want to go? It's okay to step back and create some space for you to do this. How's your day-to-day self-care? Are your hormones balanced? Oh my goodness, I cannot stress how powerful that one step is. And it can be so simple, like just to get rid of things like alcohol or substances or any unneeded medications, drinking filtered water, eating alive food, exercising every day, doing some kind of relaxation process for your mind so that you're not releasing as many stress hormones and chemicals. When you start to create this foundation beneath you and around you, it makes it so much easier to create the foundation within you. Which is why I created that very support and then everything that comes after, including working with your own favorite flavors of resistance inside the Lovely Radical Academy. Because here's the thing. If we do not choose to turn pain into some kind of purpose, to alchemize it, it'll be nothing but wasted pain that then acts as an ongoing poison in our lives. You get to choose to be the alchemist. You get to start right now. Cause and effect, compassion, specifics, and transformation. Look, it's just a better way to spend your day than always catastrophizing or crying over what's already happened. Let's turn it into gold instead. And as always, thank you for being here and doing this work. It ripples through the world, and it will be the foundations that hold you through anything that this life throws at you. I'll see you next time.
Today is something very special. Take some yummy deep breaths and actually come into your body. You might have been rushing around all day, all night, whatever you've been doing. Allow yourself to completely be here in your body, as if you're looking through your own eyes. And I say this, and this is for anyone who doesn't know about disassociation. Most humans these days are living in a dissociated state. We're in our body, but we're not in our body. Our mind is 10 different places. This is a lot of the time why we get injured or things go wrong, because we're not actually present. We're not in our own body because our mind is all these different places. So anytime I ever stub my toe or trip up on something or something runs out in front of the road, I'm like, oh, like start noticing these little reminders to, and sometimes we use a bit of a sound effect, like come back into my body, feet on the ground. I can feel my heartbeat. I can see through my own eyes. This is a super powerful decision to start making so that you are actually present and can make better, clearer decisions rather than just living by default. So today, I'm going to tell you about a method, a cleaning method, a reframing method, a way to own your reality that might feel a little bit uncomfortable, and yet the method itself is so beautifully simple. So quick backstory. There was a therapist who worked in a mental hospital for the criminally insane in Hawaii many years ago. And these were prisoners who were violent, who were dangerous, who were shackled, who some of them weren't even in their own mind. They definitely weren't associated. They were completely disassociated. And this is why a lot of mental health issues have been given these labels like, oh, they're crazy, they're this, they're that. Really, they're usually just so disassociated because being in their body has been unsafe at a time, maybe in their childhood, maybe all through their life because they kept repeating patterns. And so they're just completely disassociated. Mind has left the body, right? And so, oh, where's my beautiful notes? This therapist, Dr. Hulen, came to this hospital to help turn some of these patients around because nothing was changing. And what he did was he refused to do any of the traditional psychology methods that they had been trying and failing at. His agreement was that if he was going to come and help, he was going to get to use his own method. And as he worked with these patients, what he would do is, whether he was reading their file or having a one-to-one interaction with them, is he would notice what he felt as he was listening to them or as he was reading about them. The feelings he felt being around them and their energy, around their story and the things they'd done. Anger, rage, fear, resentments, aggression, and anything else. And as he noticed his own emotions towards them, at them, about them, he used this practice to clean up and soothe and clear what he felt around them and from them. And here's the kicker. They started changing. They started getting better. All of them. All of them. And then for those who were enough in their minds to be able to do the practice themselves, he would task them with doing this practice anytime they felt their own anger, rage, fear, resentment, aggression, pain, hurt, any of that come up within themselves. They would practice this method as well. And they had huge breakthroughs. But even the ones who couldn't do it had huge changes and improvements simply by him doing the practice on himself. This cleaning method, or as I like to call it, a forgiveness method, is traditionally called Ho'oponopono. And it's about taking complete personal responsibility for your life, which a lot of the time doesn't feel that great, especially when we've been hurt, abused, abandoned, traumatized, all the things. Why should I take responsibility? They did that to me. I get it. I get it on every level. Every story you could tell me of pain and horror in this world, I've probably been down one of those roads, which is how I'm here today before you, to show you there's another way. And this is what I've come to know to be true. I have too much proof that it's true. That anyone that shows up in our experience, we have created it. We've drawn it in, we've called it in, we've manifested, attracted, allowed it. Because everything in this physical world is energy. It has a vibration. And we are only able to see more of and find evidence of more of whatever energy we are vibrating at. And a lot of this is in our unconscious programs. So if you haven't even delved into the unconscious mind yet, that's why. You're only living off about 5% of your own programs. And most of those you're not even aware of because they're still on autopilot. But everything else is in the unconscious. Programs that have been passed down through generations of pain and wars and famines and plagues and betrayals and so many awful atrocities. A lot of this exists within your energy, your programs. and it filters into the behaviors that you do and how you show up and act in the world. The autopilot programs. That's why when we come across people we don't like and we might say, that can't be something I've created because I'm not that at all, right? We've all done it. And yet, here's the bad news. Somewhere, you are that. It might not be originally yours. However, you are holding it in your consciousness, in your programs, in your energy, which means, here's the good news, you have the complete control and power to change it finally. Somewhere, whatever the unwanted experience is with the relationship, the colleagues, the business, the money, somewhere, whatever your perception of that person is, whatever yuckiness comes up inside, it's because it's you. It's part of you somewhere. Somewhere you are the same, and that's the great news. Because as you let yourself be okay with that possibility, even if it doesn't make sense in the conscious mind, you can use the practice to clean it, to clear it, to resolve it and release it and change it for you and anyone around you and anyone to come, which will start shifting other things in your physical reality. Yes, even other people. You create your own reality. Can you start to own it all the way to the core? And this forgiveness practice and prayer will be the best way to move through anything or anyone unwanted showing up in your reality. So the practice is a mantra or an affirmation, if you will, that is 4 lines, and they're so beautifully simple. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Thank you. I love you. I'll say it again. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Thank you. I love you. And today, we're going to drop into a gentle hypnosis and meditation and use Ho'oponopono to address any areas that you might have been either avoiding or turning against. That can't be like me. I can't have created that. They're bad and I'm better. We've all been there. Society programs us to do that. But it's when you transform into this new way of looking at things and acting towards things and thinking of things and being about things, that's when real change will happen in your life. Now, instead, we're going to see those things as you and clean them using this practice. You can use this prayer at any point throughout your day. It's an incredible way to reframe when you're stuck in a really sticky moment, when something really bad is happening or unwanted, or you're waking up and you're thinking about that breakup or that job you don't want to go to. This is the simplest way to just go straight into something else that's creating so much massive change in your subconscious. To reframe from how you might unconsciously and automatically want to react or respond to that situation. And instead, you'll repeat this a number of times to create a shift before you take any action towards a solution or a better outcome for your day. And so I invite you now to close your eyes if you like. You can lie down, you can sit. If you are driving or operating heavy machinery, please pause this and come back to it later when you can lie down or sit with your eyes closed. Shouldn't need to say it, but hey, here we are. And I'm going to suggest a few areas of life for you to contemplate and see what comes up in your emotions. Remember what the doctor did. He thought of a situation in his life that was not what he wanted, or that was bringing up intense emotions for him. He recognized the emotions and then practiced the prayer. And so as I suggest these areas, I'll give you a moment to see what comes through. And something will always come through. The first thing you think of, the first thought that comes into your mind, even if it's super random, even if it's that random person at work that looked at you funny the other day and you think, oh, maybe they don't like me. That person's a bitch. Maybe it's trauma from your childhood. Maybe it's that ex-partner that still bugs you. In the different areas, I want you just to trust the first thing that comes into your mind. Notice the feelings that you feel, the specific emotions, whatever they are. Let them be active in your body. And then we're going to say the prayer 3 times. And then we'll move on to the next area. And this is something that you can rinse and repeat. It's also something that you can just utilize all throughout your day without having to go through certain topics. We'll repeat this process a couple more times together, and then you can always come back to it and do it over and over again. Oh. You don't need to make sense of what comes up during this time. You don't need to overthink it, but allow yourself to recognize the feelings that you feel about the people or situations, and allow the practice to clean that feeling within you, just for you. And whatever side effects come through, let them come through. So, first, as you close your eyes and really arrive in your body, maybe you'll take a nice, yummy, deep breath. Really feel yourself land heavy inside your beautiful form. Seated, laying down, wherever you find yourself. Maybe start to recognize your beating heart. The slowing movement of your lungs as you inhale. And exhale. Allowing each breath to expand all through the body, reaching all the cells, and exhaling, allowing things to start to soften, starting at the top of your head, as if there's some beautiful warm water just slowly dripping over the crown of your head and coming down the sides of the face. Breathing slower as you feel that warmth moving down the throat, the back of the neck, allowing all the cells in this space to relax and soften, melt, and slow. Each breath expanding through the body as you feel that warmth coming down now over the shoulders, down through the back, through the shoulder blades. That beautiful, warm, hovering, dripping over and moving all the way down through the torso. Feeling it surrounding around the belly, the lower back, and all through the hips. And your hips soften and relax. Allowing that warmth now all the way inside the body as well as outside to move down the legs, moving around and through the knees, releasing any tension as it moves down the legs. Relax. Reaching the ankles, the base of the feet and the toes, as you feel the whole body begin to relax here. I invite you now to think about yourself, about who you've been throughout your life, your year, your week, even today. Thinking about yourself in those unwanted situations. When you speak to yourself in a not so healthy way. When you allow yourself to see her and feel her. And ask, what do I see and feel about her really? If good things come through, that's beautiful. And allow yourself to see anything else. It's safe to see contrast. It's safe to see our so-called negative aspects. Without the darkness, we cannot know the light. And by allowing ourselves to recognize the darkness we may see in ourselves or feel about ourselves, we create an opportunity to unlock even more light than we ever knew was possible. What are those emotions you feel about yourself that aren't wanted? Recognize them, feel them in your body and your mind, and repeat after me. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Thank you. I love you. 2 more times. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Thank you. I love you. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Thank you. I love you. Take a breath. Now I'm going to invite you to think about your parents, whether they are with us or not, whether you know them or not. Thinking about the emotions that are unwanted, thinking about the opinions you have of them, the perceptions of them, the negative thoughts, the things you wish were different. What emotions do you feel when you let yourself go into that darkness? Even if it's small or huge, let yourself see it. Let yourself feel it. And then we go. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Thank you. I love you. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Thank you. I love you. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Thank you. I love you. Take a breath to reset. Now I invite you to think about any siblings that you may have, or other family members, whoever comes to mind that makes you feel most active or against whatever conflict might have happened in the past or is currently happening. That person or people. Let yourself see your emotions around it. Let yourself feel. your emotions about it and them. And here we go. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Thank you. I love you. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Thank you. I love you. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Thank you. I love you. Take your breath. Now I invite you to think about past friendships or current friendships that are activating negative emotion. Whoever you thought of, let yourself see it. Let yourself feel it. And so we begin. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Thank you. I love you. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Thank you. I love you. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Thank you. I love you. Take your breath. Then I invite you to think about any colleagues, bosses, clients, past, present, future, in the context of the workplace, whatever workplace you have, and anyone you may hold any negative emotion towards. You'll know which one is most potent and intense for you. And here we go. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Thank you. I love you. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Thank you. I love you. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Thank you. I love you. Now, possibly the most powerful one, I invite you to think of past romantic partners or lovers, the first or many that pop into your mind where you have the most intense negative emotion towards. Can you let yourself see that part of you and reject any resistance to the argument that your mind might make? Remember that this might not even be your program. It could have been passed down so many generations in order to show up in your reality. And the bad news is that it's there. The good news is that you can change it. And you can only change it because this person has reflected it to you. Capture that emotion, recognize it, feel it. And here we go. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Thank you. I love you. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Thank you. I love you. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Thank you. I love you. Take a nice long deep breath and let it out with a sigh. It's a good one to repeat many of. Next, we're going to think of a stranger or someone you barely know who might have upset you lately. Perhaps it was the person who cut you off in traffic. Perhaps it was the person who gave you a funny look. Whoever comes to mind. And any time this happens throughout your day, we say it again. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Thank you. I love you. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Thank you. I love you. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Thank you. I love you. Take a breath. Let it out. And we're going to finalize today's practice coming back to yourself. I want you to recognize any negative emotion you may still currently feel, perhaps that came up throughout that. It's so easy when we're doing these self-responsibility practices that don't quite make sense, that we can beat ourselves up for how possibly that could be part of me. So I'd like you to recognize any anger or sadness or fear or hurt or guilt or grief or shame or any of that that might be currently within you. For yourself, towards yourself, because of past things that might have happened. Whatever that is right now, recognize it, feel it. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Thank you. I love you. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Thank you. I love you. Sorry. Please forgive me. Thank you. I love you. Just let that sit for a while. Allow yourself to be in this moment with whatever is happening. You can continue to repeat these words in your mind for the next few minutes. Slowly coming back to this present moment. Allow your breath to deepen, to activate and awaken you. You can move your fingers and toes and allow allow the body to be revitalized by each breath, coming back into this moment in time. As you return to your day, knowing that you can use this practice anytime, that when we say I'm sorry, we're saying it to ourselves. When we say, please forgive me, we're saying it to ourselves for feeling those unwanted feelings. When we say thank you, we are saying this to ourselves for feeling those unwanted feelings, so we know the contrast and what to clean to create the wanted feelings. And of course, I love you, just in case you don't say it very often. You can use this practice any time of day, anytime, anything, anywhere, no matter what it is bringing up negative emotions or thought patterns or memories for you. Whether it's worrying about the past, whether it's someone cutting you off in traffic and you feeling some anger around that. Maybe it's someone looking at you funny and you feeling some kind of discomfort. Anything unwanted, instead of spending minutes or hours or weeks or years in the negativity of that program, that story, that feeling, that belief system, you now have a simple reframe to interrupt that pattern and say this instead for as long as you need to, or at least 3 times, and then ask, what action could I take in the direction I want to go? What action could I take in the direction I want to go? What this does with the mind is that it interrupts the hypnosis that you're currently under, that is your unconscious programs, that is the belief systems passed down. You're in a hypnosis of them. And when we interrupt that unwanted feeling with love and compassion, rather than making it wrong or bad or pushing it away, we achieve transformation. Because if we were to push away and ignore and hate on the negative emotions that we ourselves feel about any situation, we're rejecting parts of ourselves and therefore not loving ourselves. And so what if you loved yourself completely? What if you chose to transform any negative emotions you feel about others for you? And perhaps you'll notice that the people around you change. You will you not? You can return to this practice whenever you need. Make sure you share it with someone who might also need it for themselves to get out of a stuck, sticky, unwanted emotional situation. And until we meet again, remember, you choose it, you create it. And so let's enjoy it more often. And I will see you all either inside LRA for our next beautiful call, or the next time we meet here. Love you all. You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you.
How'd you go? I know it can be a lot to take on, and perhaps you've absorbed some of these ideas and are like, oh my goodness, I'm going to make this change right now. And some of them you're like, that feels like a lot. And I totally get it. This work is work that I have absorbed and implemented and embodied over a decade. And my intention is to bring it to you in simple form so that you can save yourself maybe a decade, and definitely the around $100,000 that it took me to go through all the trials and tribulations to find these and a lot of things that didn't work. So if you have questions, make sure you drop them in the comments. Share this video with anyone who might also really need it. Make sure you hit the subscribe button and ring the bell so that you get notified whenever I put up a lesson or a podcast or a session. And if you know you need more personalized support, You can go to the show notes below and find the courses, the resources, and also a way to apply to work with me personally. And I'll see you on the next one.